Um, right. Good afternoon once again. Good to be here. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Fantastic events over the weekend. News of some of the things that happened in Nigeria. So we're going to start with those things, and of course, there's also some controversial conversations that happened or that were had that I want to get into as well before we go fully into the topic of today. Today we're going to continue with what we started last week, Friday. Friday we started discussing, what led to the war. What led to the war. So we're going to continue from there now, and one second. There's a way this thing works. I have to really get it. Please do me a favor. Let me just... This multiple streaming thing, I work on. Issue. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, just want to be sure that we're streaming there, and I think it's good. All right. Awesome. Thank you for liking the live. I see Mr. Abitoye. Thank you for your support. I was going to say something. If you're on YouTube, if you're on YouTube, please let me know if you can hear and if there's no echo. So I went back to watch the stream on YouTube, and I discovered that there was echo. So I tried to do something to fix it today. So please, if you're on YouTube, on Facebook, please let us know so that we would be able to tell if what we did worked. All right. Again, thank you very much for being here. We received a lot of feedback from our videos, and let me just start by thanking everyone. If you've ever engaged with any of the videos, you've liked, shared, commented, or whatever, thank you. I really do appreciate that. But then of course I see all kinds of things. Some people are happy with it, some people aren't, which is normal. But again, just thanks to everyone who made that happen. And we're putting out new stuff over the weekend. Put out a few more content. I got a message from one of us, about the long form content, like the 30 minutes, 1 hour. Like last one we did was about 40 minutes. So the person was asking, to do something like that. I should, do something like that again. So we're going to do one very soon, maybe in the next 1 or 2 weeks. Do just like 1 hour, where you have the text and stuff. So be a different format, just like the one we did with did Awolowo betray the Igbos. So we're going to do something like that very soon. So please stick around. We're just trying to make sure we're able to balance these things. Okay. Let's get into the news, and then we'll get on with the conversation as time goes on. Please share. I should as well. Let me take my own advice. Let's share the live. Again, please, if you're just joining, even if you're in the room already, please click on the art icon beside Busui Oris. please click on the art icon beside Busuyo wrist just above my head here. If you haven't joined the team before, please click on it and join the team. If you've joined the team already, please go there and drop a heart to me. And please, let's support the live. Let's try and get on the FYP. These are the little things that we do to make sure that people see the live on the FYP. So please, let's do that. Thank you very much. One more thing. Yeah, I'll say those things later, but please, let's just power tap and share the live with everyone else. Let's start with something from Saudi Arabia today. It's quite, I know it's not close, but I might as well start there. Saudi Arabia to translate Arafat's sermon in Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani, and 34 other languages. So, which is good. I think things are changing, apparently. Again, we always talk about how dynamic culture is supposed to be. And, I mean, a lot of people will say things like, oh, I will never, but I'm glad that we're seeing that happen. Congratulations to the Muslims, especially the Yoruba or South Fulani that are going. Hopefully we'll be able to understand the language better than just listening to Arabic, because it's similar to what happened in history, Christianity as well, when people go to church and all they will hear would be Latin and they didn't understand what they were, what's being said. But then, of course, we had the Protestant movement and the change occurred. All right, so congratulations to those involved. Moving away from Saudi Arabia, the House of Representatives is considering a bill that seeks to impose a 7-year jail sentence or a 5 million naira fine on anyone found guilty of giving or receiving bribes in workplaces across Nigeria. Some people have said, that perhaps they should remove the 5 million naira, let people just go to prison. Yeah, but I hope it works out and I hope it's implemented. But this is for workplaces. I also hope that they will do the same thing for public officers. Moving away from there, over the weekend, Lagos-Calabar Road was commissioned by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and I watched his speech. I'd say it was a very good speech, to be fair. It was good, and I was also very happy to see Professor Wole Soyinka on seat. It was something good. But there's something I noticed from what he said. Not only was he commissioning the 30-kilometer road, portion of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, he also mentioned some other projects, and I don't know if anybody heard it, but I just felt I should repeat it here today. So apart from the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway that's still going, by the way, I saw videos of some people in Calabar showing that work has started from that end as well, and then hopefully they're going to meet somewhere in the middle, but that's actually good news. 1 second. All right, so let's just quickly go through this. Besides the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway project commissioned by President Tinubu, the following projects were also virtually commissioned or flagged off by President Bola Tinubu. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, Shagam-Ibadan section, 166.8 kilometers. East-West Road, Eleme Junction to Awada, thank you. Eheme Junction to Awada, that's 94 kilometers. Aleshi Ugep Road, Cross River State, 67.1 kilometers. Ikorodu Shagamu Road, Lagos Ogun State, 30.4 kilometers. Enugu Lokmanta Expressway, first 16 kilometers of 61 kilometer rehabilitation. New Artisan Market Bridge, Enugu, 75 meters dual span bridge. New bridge at Akpoha, Ebonyi State, 75 meters single span bridge. Port Harcourt One Junction, East West Road, first 15 kilometers. Lagos Badagry Expressway, Agbara Seme Border, 48.6 kilometers. Rehabilitation of the Lagos Badagry Expressway. additional section. Section of the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway. Number 12, Ibadan-Ife, Ilesha-Akure-Benin Highway. Number 13, Nembe Brass Road. Number 14, reconstruction of parts of the Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. And number 15, Abakpa flyover, Enugu State. Alright, this is, by the way, of course, we know that there's also work going on the Sokoto Lagos road. So just so I should say it, because people say things like nothing happens elsewhere. Apparently things are happening elsewhere. And just in case you don't know, maybe you can be sincerely wrong sometimes. We thought I should read it out. Like government of Yoruba APC people, you will cry for the next 8 years, because even after the Tinubu don't finish in government, you will still cry. Did I say 8 years? No, sorry, my bad. Take about 24 years of tears for you guys, man. Because once it's done, there will be 2 terms, and I can assure you, you're going to cry, because it will be a nothing. So that's 8 years. Then another Southerner, beyond that 8 years. Before you know it, you go down old, finish, and the only thing you can show is tears. Oh my God. Sorry, eh? So, what they're doing basically is to inaugurate or to commission. So, we're hoping that we'll see those things happen. And, I was read something that I found online that I just found very disturbing. And just like I was talking, somebody just came here to also do the same thing on TikTok. Let me read what the person says. By the way, this guy is wearing a suit. It says, Jesus Christ, I'm not in any of the mentioned road, but you see the east-west road I apply every day. Did I just hear Eleme to our order? Omo, indeed, una too lie, like what the F? Which 94 kilometers? Something that's not up to 5 kilometers. God of Nazareth. Something that's not up to, una too lie, oh. Omo, na today, your own. So, they will, what's the word now? They will, you complain that nobody's doing anything, that they want to do something, they're complaining again. Say it's longer than this stuff. Maybe they should maybe the government should measure that place all over again, just to be sure that they're not spending more money. That's the only sensible thing I see. But I just don't like it when people just prefer bad news. Like no matter what happens, now tears go follow. Because I hope the federal government be account to one. But to be honest, people like this guy in the comment section, you guys will cry for a long time, because I can assure you, you're not getting anywhere near that place in a very long time. And it's not because people are bad, it's because of the kind of actions, kind of things that you do. You are pushing good away from yourself. It's not good. Change your life. Change. You know this song? I was born by the river. This one's supposed to be running, because it's been a long time coming. But I know change gonna come. Oh yes it will. Alright. Rotimi Mechi put something out. He says he's ashamed. I'm quoting him now, because I'm not ashamed. I'm quoting him now. He said, if you are not ashamed, he is ashamed. I can't even use it. He said he is ashamed. His passport was seized in Germany. His offense was that he was carrying a green passport. They kept him for nearly 30 minutes, and he was going for a medical checkup in Vienna. I read this and I felt bad. It's amazing how a person can be in government since 1999, and you're away from government for like 2 years, and suddenly you know exactly how the government should run and why we should be feeling sad. Like, are you saying maybe you always carry diplomatic passport, like you don't really know how average human beings feel, and why is the passport disrespected? Again, like I always say, we don't ask the why questions enough in Nigeria. We need to ask the why question. Why? Afunwa, sorry, I think it's time for me to meet you. You can go to the nursery now. Your mates are in the kindergarten. You'll find that you enjoy that space better than this place because you're evidently wasting your time. All right, where was I? So, I mean, I felt bad about it. And number two, talking about going to Vienna, I'm wondering, you're going to Austria. What now happened to our hospital in Nigeria? You know. So I think it's important for us to begin to ask our gas, our leaders, especially politicians, what exactly it is that's happening to the way they think once they're out of power. 5 whys, absolutely. Thank you, Mayawa. 5 whys is also a very, very good analytical tool. Because, I mean, we've never asked 1 why, let alone the 5. So at least if you say why, then you can say, okay, why, then why. But more even they ask first. All right, so that's that about that. I saw something very, very funny today. No, it was yesterday. Afenifere tells President Bola Tinubu, you failed Nigerians woefully. I mean, that's nonsense. But beyond that is the logo I saw. And apparently I get what Dele Farotimi has been saying. I mean, I got it before, but seeing the logo that he put out there, I just think some people are destined to not be our representatives no matter how hard they try. Let me show you something. Now, if you understand action group politics, you'll understand what I'm about to show you right now. You see that Okpe, Igi Okpe, that's action group. That's the logo of action group. That life more abundant, that's action group motto. Then it wrote established in 1951. Let me say something before we go on. This is nonsense. They're appropriating stuff and changing meanings. And in doing that, they're trying to act as if history is on their side. So let me tell you what's happening. We're going to go into the stuff, but let me just explain what's happening. So, Egwemodudu started in London in 45, started in Nigeria, in Ife and Lagos in 48, became Action Group in 51. Were morphed into Action Group. Let me use that phrase. After I morphed into Action Group, they were calling it Afenifere, like from the Yoruba perspective, the Yoruba group. So even the cards, I've shown the card here before. They call it Afenifere. Now, in 1966, please stay with me. This was in 1951. In 1966, Ironsi took on power, and then he banned every tribal association or political parties. Everything was banned. So even if we had a to do it, we won't have it again. Afenifere, everything, action group, everything. Afenifere was then resuscitated in the early 90s, right? And that was with people like no, it wasn't early 90s. It was late 90s, like Paradekunle Ajasin. So you have Paradekunle Ajasin, you have people like Abramadeson, you have people like Chibola Ige. These men and the rest of them, now started all over again. But this time, not as an extension of what used to be before Ironsi stopped it. They made it a pan-Yoruba sociocultural group. In other words, this is our own stuff. So they owned the name from the past, but they made it apply to Yoruba people just as other people have things. For instance, there was Arewa before NPC. Arewa started in 1948. It became Northern People's Congress in 1951. After everything, they went back to Arewa People's Congress, not as NPC, but as a body representing the North. So it makes sense, apparently, that by 93 and especially 98, Afenifere became Yoruba. Interestingly, when we had Oputa panel, Afenifere was invited to Oputa panel, or even wrote, to Oputa panel as representatives of Yoruba people. And the craziest part is that the man who started this faction that they're now talking as if they know what they're doing was the one who represented Afenifere at Oputa panel, Pa Adebanjo. The Afenifere was on Action Group of 1951. which is the nonsense about forcing the action group logo and the motto on Afenifere and then saying that it was established in 1951. This is what the Farotimi and his ilk are doing, and what they're doing really is to now open it up as if they are starting something for all of us. If you want to do that, why not just look for a name? Maybe you call yourself, you can't even call yourself action group because you don't have action to make sense, Ben. These are people literally destroying the history just for their own. If you really want to create something for Nigeria, you can always create something for Nigeria. Campaign for democracy is a very good stuff. You can call it coalition for whatever it is you want to call it. Anything. I mean, CD was very popular for a very long time. You can create something new. Why must you go after an idea that people are using, change its meaning by now invoking a history of something that, invoking the history of something that happened before Ironsi banned everything? I made it look like, you know, we've always been there since 1951. It's nonsense, and there's no need. There's no need for it. And that's why I was very happy last week when I read that Chief Olufalaye is now the chairman of Afenifere under the leadership of Fashoranti. So this nonsense logo that are putting out there, they are just trying to, it's not different from what certain people are doing. And that's why you start wondering if people have sense. For instance, somebody released a stuff, can you come for Igbo last week because of, what was this thing called? Biafra Remembrance Day. I'm like, and this is the person calling himself representative of Afenifere. I want to take that body. So just to be clear, all of that just to say that this logo is a lie. You know why? Even the man who created the organization that used this logo stopped using it in 66, and by 79 when they had to start a new party, they didn't call it Afenifere, they didn't call it AG, they called it UPN. They had to create something totally different, just like the NPC had to also create NPN in 78, 79. So all this gun body by force, I don't understand what's even like. And if you don't understand where I'm talking like this, I'm sure people here get it. You know exactly why I'm talking like this. With all this thing of we are for everybody, you know, is Afenifere. It's not just for Yoruba people, it's for everybody. Every other group in Nigeria gets to choose their own socio-cultural group. It's only the clowns in Yoruba land who believe that whatever belongs to us must belong to all, because of course they have no understanding of self-preservation. Moving away from that, by the way, that's not Afenifere, that's just, some people call it Ohanifere. You're currently being exposed on the X app. Okay, keep doing the work. Thank you very much for giving me the news. What's your name, Zev? Thank you for the news. I live in Afenifere, whatever they are, but they are not Afenifere. What's the other one that I was saying that I've been exposed? Please expose very well. Maybe in the middle of that expose that you are getting on with, somewhere in your brain there'll be a tweak that will change you guys' lives, because man, gogon. If you don't understand that, please find a Yoruba friend to explain to you what I just said. And if you're just joining on TikTok, thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate you for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Moving on. So there was a video of Obafemi Awolowo, and I just thought it was really good. So give me a second. Let me try and put it up. I want you to listen to it. You're going to like it. Almost there. All right, we're here. Okay, so take a listen.
Honestly, what would you say are the chances of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu winning this election at this point in time?
So for me, honestly, it's a very easy decision for me. And I'm not biased because I will tell you a story. When I joined this cabinet because he had haunted me. I was working with Morgan Stanley, and they came over there to do mortgages. I was the only black man in the room. And they said, which Hamzat is yours? what are you doing here? What were you doing here when you were here too? No, so we engaged in, and then they were doing Oracle. At that time, the state of New York had not started Oracle. The state of New York started Oracle in 2012. At that time, Nike was doing Oracle. They spent $17 million. We don't do Nike. They canceled it. At that time, the success rate of implementing ERP, which Oracle is part of, is 10% globally. Meaning only 10 will start within budget and within time. Lagos State was able to implement it. That's why you don't hear ghost worker. During implementation, we even know of ghost level. Ghost level. That's why we're able to do that. So automating the process of Lagos. So people say the IGR went up. It didn't just go up. It went up because of automation. If we are all friends, we can't do the same thing the same way. But technology allows you to automate your process. It allows you to repeat it. It allows you to predict it. That's what it has done in Lagos. So now today, various states are doing the same thing. They came to Lagos to come and learn. Fine. But so in terms of capability, all of them have been in positions. Abubakar Atiku has been vice president. Mr. Obi has been governor. Ashwaju has been governor. Kokonso has been governor. Let's look at the records. So we shouldn't be sentimental as a people. If not, we will miss it. And I pray we don't miss it. So the question is, what have you done? The governor of Anambra State today, Mr. Soludo, went to the VP to say 40% of my state is under erosion. We all did geography. Did the erosion start in one day? So which means the people behind did not see the future. But how do you then compare that with somebody that saw Eko-Atlantic when Victoria Island will have disappeared? Victoria Island will have disappeared. Because at the time that they built the Tinkan Island, they used 3 modes. Each mode is about 6 floors to build that Tinkan Island in 1906. And we never, as a people, went back to take care of it. So erosion. Because when we were in primary school, when you go to Babish, you walk about 2 kilometers. So the idea of Eko-Atlantic is to take it back to where its natural course was. And that was it. Federal government was pumping sand every year and it's rushing away. 1.5 billion. It will just go away because the ocean will take over. Somebody said, no. What is the problem? They said, okay, in that case, we must convert this liability to assets. What do we need to do? We need to build groins like they do everywhere. And that was it. So to compare somebody like that has the vision to say, when we started Lekki, we were talking about land. When we started the Lekki Free Trade Zone, the MD of our MD was killed by the locals because they didn't want to give the land. We said, look, it's better for you. What are you doing with this land? Now they have 5% stake in that land. Today is the highest industrial place in our country. Today you have the port there. 3 times the size of Apapa and Tinkan. 3 times the size. Our port in Nigeria has become a transshipment port because it's not deep. So they will stay in the middle of the ocean and then they will use it small to come and carry. So ships that are supposed to come, discharge within a week, they stay 3 months. So it doesn't make sense for them to come to Nigeria. They were going to Togo, for God's sake. Now, with Lekki Seaport, any ship can come there today. Somebody has that thought. So how do you compare a lion to a goat?
I'm not going to say a lot on that. I mean, I think it's actually unfair to compare a lion and a goat. It's not fair for the lion. But let's just move to other things. I just want to play a few videos and then we'll talk a bit and then we'll get into the conversation. All right. So that's Deputy Governor Hamzat. That's Deputy Governor of Lagos State. A few things before we move on to the topic of today. 1 second, please. All right, I want to play something from the president. This was one of the things he said at the flag off or at the commissioning of the 30 kilometers portion of Lagos-Calabar highway. Please take a listen.
very effectively and well. Let me at this stage warn all developers. The federal government will enforce the setback. If not for anything, it's for the interests of our nation. Development without approval will not be compensated. We have gazetted and published the setback. We are going to enforce it rigidly in every way possible.
What's the greatest sin? It's not lust. We tend to think that way.
I see your comments, George will comment, but sincerely, I don't know what I can do. Like, I don't dress now. So, I will give you my answer, but sorry, eh? All right, moving on from there, let's take a listen to Senator Dixon. Gave the speech over the weekend, and I think it also helped to understand the political landscape of Nigeria at the moment. So this is former governor of Bayelsa State. Please take a listen to his own thoughts. Thanks.
Leah, this is to thank Madam for taking very good care of our brother. He's actually looking far younger than 60. We are all here with Chief Oyegu, His Excellency is our leader here. Secondus is here, Leah, and all of us as part of this national audience, but also as people from our zone who are here, Senator Odoide here, all of us here to congratulate and show solidarity with our brother. And by doing so, look up to a future politics that will transcend vitriol and division and disagreements of the past. Bishop, congratulations. While we were governors, I can attest to the fact that you invested seriously in security. You were flushing out criminals from River State, just as I was also from Bayelsa, flushing them out from Bayelsa. And they had difficulty determining where to run to. It's not enough, it's good for governors to build roads and flyovers, but then you must identify priorities. Security, investing in education, investing in healthcare, building security, and showing and demonstrating democratic temper in the way you handle and manage it. On a light note, when I came in here and climbing up here, I've seen a lot of you, and as my brother Elrufai has said, there are a number of you who are expert conspirators, who know how to assemble coalitions and then take over governments as you did to my party 2015. And when you did so, particularly to a clueless government, so-called, now, 11 years down the line, we thought that there would have been no weaponization of poverty. And that all the challenges of Nigeria would have been gone. But 11 years down the line, here we are, assembled to still bemoan the fate of our country. And the only advice I can give, not being a professional coalition builder and conspirator, as some of you are, is that this time, shine your eyes. As you build coalitions and conspire, shine your eyes. Thank you very much. Happy birthday.
So what I find interesting in that particular one we just listened to is if you say you're complaining about something and then they build coalition to remove something, and the people who build that coalition are trying to build another coalition to remove that one, does that not show you that it's the same people and the same system, and that the whole goal is to work or create platforms that can help them actualize their own ambitions? That's what this is about. It's not about poverty alleviation. It's not about the people. It's not about any of those things. Which is why, if you find a politician who is doing something sensible, I like to celebrate them, because I know that that's one. Number two, also when you see people fighting over politicians, you're just deceiving yourself. It's a waste of time. So people will have coalitions, but then the thing is, what's the benefit of it, and how does it, what can the regular citizens say about, the kind of policies that are, being implemented by the government? That's actually more important. And this particular government, I think people are going to be angry, but I think they're going to be happy eventually. I kind of like that kind of process. It's better than just smiling while you're wasting away your future. All right, so moving on from there, what time is it? Okay, still have a few more minutes. Ẹkáàbọ, apologies, Joshua. Good to see you. All right, I found something online which I think is just beautiful, because I don't see that kind of thing every time, and I feel I should play it. So, like I said, I'll just play a few videos, then I'll read a couple of news, and then we'll get into the conversation proper. All right. So this is something from a gentleman from the southeast. I have to play this one because of what I'm going to play next. But also because of what the person said, is actually very, very nice. It's a breath of fresh air. All right, please take a listen.
I wasn't trained to prostrate while greeting my parents. I, as an Igbo person, I wasn't trained to prostrate while greeting my parents. But going to Lagos, I see people, no matter their age, provided the person they're about to greet is older, they prostrate. All these things, you ask questions. What's the reason behind this? They tell you it's a show of respect. You learn from it. When you come down home here, you may not necessarily prostrate the way they have done it, but you have learned something. And you now know that respect is one major core value that you must have as a person. It's one of the things that you need to survive as a human. And you don't really need anybody to tell you again. Sometimes you come to educate others who don't know about it.
So I play that because of what he said, and I think it's actually what everybody should, be doing, especially when they move to other people's spaces. And speaking of respect, there's a new book that came out. I don't know if it came out over the weekend, but I got to know about it over the weekend. I'm not going to tell you about the name of the book, because that will be, what's the word now, publicity for the book. But what the book is about really is about Igbo people. It was written by a bunch of clowns who decided to rewrite history and constantly lay claims to Ile-Ife. And I just want to say, these actions are not different from what led to the killings in the North in 1966. When you disrespect the people, you disrespect their heritage, you disrespect their history, you appropriate whatever greatness they have, even though you are coming from the dungeons of the past with nothing to show for it, but you're going to undermine people's identity. When you do that, when those people come for you, you should not be surprised. And that's going to happen very soon. 1 second. All right. You keep, talking down on people, changing their history. You have to have some guts to write a book and publish it and put it on Amazon and rewrite the history of a people just because you know you have none. And you know what? In case you are here and you want to say to me, or you want to ask me, why do you keep having these sessions? Let me just tell you, they are death worse than something that happened in the past. And some of those things are will be the experience of certain people, because there's no way you can be like this. One day you are Israeli, you are Jew. The Jewish did DNA test. They say you are not Jews. Then you say you created America, you created Japan, you created Europe, Europa, Amerigonka. Now you are connecting yourself. You used to be Godomi Godo. They were happy about that one. Now it's Yoruba. I can assure you that if people continue this way, the people you are pushing, they are going to react. And the sad part is, I'm just praying. See, let me tell you the reason I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm just warning people. It's not that I want any evil thing to happen to anybody, but there is no way you're going to act like this and there will be no consequences. It's just that your bad owe community is in Jelegbo. She wanted Kosantori, but Telego back best is Jessie. When I have a very sorrow. When you read about the events of September, it's just understand I started in January. And it took months of people living with a bunch of clowns who don't understand how to move in Kano, in Kaduna, in the north. You have taken your foolishness to social media and you are doing it in the full glare of the world. When people begin to respond, no tears will be able to help anybody. And I just hope that the response will not, will not be terrible, will not be anything like what we've seen in the past. But I can tell you that if you're not going to learn anything from the past, you're going to get the exact same treatment that your folks got in the past. I'm not praying it happens, but I'm saying there are people who don't care about all of these things. Ade Royal, good to see you. Thank you for coming here. So please, respect is not that hard though, unless of course you are coming from the tombs. Like maybe you live in the tomb, like you belong among the dead. You understand the concept of respect among the living. If you are a living soul, every living soul, praise the Lord, as you use sense. All right, so please let's do better. I don't want to talk about the book, the title or anything, because I told myself I'm not going to publicize nonsense. There's another video this same weekend, another video that was made by these same Igbo people about Ife. I'm just saying that you cannot move like this and expect that there will be no consequences. Some people will talk, some people will talk back, some people will do more. I'm just praying that it doesn't get violent, because, and I'm not saying that because I know that people want to do something evil to anybody. I'm saying that because when you look at history, this is the outcome of every kind of stupidity. I mean, this kind of stupidity, you know the outcome, so you can tell what's going to happen. It's like you have predictive ability, because you have foresight based on understanding the past. So if you are able here, please just get better, Abba. Get better, because this is not looking good. It's not looking good. You're a national, or at least an Omoluabi treasure, shining light to some people. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for your kind words. So please, if you're from the south, and by the way, let me quickly say something. I have some friends who are from the east. They always try to remind me that everybody's not like that. This is the time to show that you are not like that. This is the time to write publication, put in the newspapers, talk to your friends, put things out there to correct this kind of things. People have done less than this and gotten main trouble, like major trouble. There's no way you have no history as a people, but you want to make other people your own. Like, let me say something. The Igbos have a history. They just don't like it. And I've said it several times. I'm Yoruba. I'm proud to be Yoruba. But I know that there's certain things in my history. For instance, the wars that we fought amongst ourselves, that may seem funny, like you may not want to acknowledge it, but I acknowledge it. Why? Because it's part of my history. I can't say, oh, we're very peaceful people, we've never fought ourselves, you see, we're just very nice, we don't fight. It's a lie. We fought others, we conquered people, then we fought ourselves and dealt with each other, dealt with one another until we settled it. It's part of history. There's no need to change it. What the best way to interact with the past, especially when something that happened in the past is not good, is to learn from it, not to try to change it. Just learn from it, and then you don't repeat the mistakes. It's better than, just constantly being stupid and saying, I want to change my past. To change your past is to actually erase your future, because there's nothing to hold on to, because what you are holding on to in the past is a mirage. It's not real. Okay, all these things we own Ife. I'm from Ife. Let me see 10 people from your state, number Bida, Kolos Ife, to go and lay that claim. You'll be shocked at what happened with all this Ojo Aje that you say, or Ni said something. Everything will change. So to make it very clear, for the folks who always tell me, it's not everybody, we are different, show it. Show workings. And I'm not saying like, fight your friend, your siblings. I'm saying speak up. And please teach your children better, because these ones are product of underdevelopment. And it's not just the young people. This is the sad part from the Southeast. The saddest part of your story is that your elders think exactly like the younger ones. In other words, there's nobody to even provide leadership or direction. It's sad. I've heard elders talk about how Oduduwa was an Igbo prince. Igbo that did not exist until when? The biggest thing that people claim, if you talk about Ugboku, it has nothing to do with the people. It's a different civilization. It's a different group of people. Eri, Enri, they are Igala. What are you talking about? They're not saying, oh, is the Eri is the one from Genesis? Is the son of grandson of Jacob? Who bewitched you like this? Igala people now, they are speaking up. Eri is Igala. His son, Henry, is definitely Igala. There was no Igbo like that. And he was one that had the greatest kingdom that they always talk about in that particular region. It's not ethnically your person. See, I don't like talking about people's stories. I don't mind talking about people's stories. I also don't talk about certain people's stories, because just own it. This is my past. It may not be good, but guess what? My future is better. It's going to be better because I remember where I'm coming from. It's a lot. It's even an impetus of sort to help you move on. Not like keep denying your past. And let me also, lastly, and then I'll move on. Let's say you want to deny your past. Well, deny it and do whatever you like. What you should not do, if you have any modicum of brain, is to change other people's story just to make yourself feel comfortable in your stupidity. Like, you're already stupid, everybody agrees, just continue. But to now go and change people's story to make yourself feel comfortable in that state, it makes no sense. And guys, I'm just saying it because when they did it in the north, they were saying it too. May we not see evil days in this country with inter-ethnic stuff, but if it ever happens, just know that certain people that were not taught how to respect others are the one who brought it on themselves. And I can assure you, they will lose. If they fight 1 billion times, they will lose 1 billion times. How do I know? Because you don't even have the capacity to organize yourselves. It's historical and it's the reality. No, I won't talk about Apple's story, I beg. Instead of you to be learning statecraft and learning how to build your space, you'll be looking at other people's spaces and be changing their story. If those people don't come for you, now say, oh, you're a big God, you're a bad God, you're a you God. All right. Everybody will be okay, but hopefully people change. And if you, again, this is my advice. If you are we're not like that. We are the good ones. I agree. But please show workings. Speak up. Educate your people. Embrace your history. There's good in it, there's bad in it, and it's fine. That's how the world is. Every culture has good and bad, whether it's Chinese or Egyptian or or English or Yoruba or German or the Vikings. Everybody has horrible, I mean, some parts that are horrible. It's just that civilized people, cultured people own it. When you're cultured, you own your past. Plus, what? See, in fact, let me say something before I move on. I learned something from Yoruba elders. I won't go deeply into it, but there's a case of a particular person in Ife who had a particular frailty. Not something very good. He couldn't decide very well, couldn't make the correct decisions, and people talk about that particular thing. He used to get inebriated. When they deified that person, I'm not going to go into the details. When they deified the person, did you know that Yoruba people included his frailty even in his deity? In other words, he had become a deity, but they still did not remove the fact that he had that frailty as a human being. And then guess what they now did? One day I will have a session on it. They now said, if you're a follower of this deity, you cannot do this thing that he did as human, and so you have to abstain from strong drinks. So what they did was that even when they were deifying that person, his errors, his faults, they didn't throw it away. They acknowledged it and now said, listen, because you are now following him, the mistakes that he made as a human being, you can't make it. And that is why people that follow that religion, is a particular religion in Yoruba land, people that follow that religion and that deity don't drink. That's how you know that they are cultured. They don't say, oh, that man has never done anything wrong in his life. He never even drank water. He just used to drink air. No, they acknowledged it. But they didn't do it in such a way to denigrate him. No. By the way, they still deified him, plus his errors. But they made the point of duty to acknowledge it so that his followers will learn from that. People are writing things in the comment section. It's not Ogun, it's all Batala. The point is, he's still a deity, and his followers don't drink. What you see in there is how cultured people take their stories and build something better out of it. It's not like how these uneducated, uncultured human beings always try to change their past, and in changing their past, they have to change your own story, not their story. It's crazy. That's why I say the more you understand history, when people tell you things like we are the same, you just be feeling like, do you know what my people did? And what I'm talking about right now happened more than 1,000 years ago. This deification process. You can't even do it in 2025. Haba. Everybody will be all right. Hopefully, because where will they go now? It's not good. But I pray everybody gets there. So if you're writing the book, please troubleshoot. But if they have sense right now, they should just pull it. But I'm not going to talk about the title of the book. But the people should just know. Mr. Martin, thank you so much. I say, people should just know that you can't keep doing this thing and people will not that they will not respond. And the crazy part is that I can assure, somebody wrote something, I said, did Yoruba colonize you? Did we invade your land? Did the Yorubas enslave your ancestors? It's long, but I just like those few questions. You know why the person wrote it? The person says, because he's saying that there is African American or British Nigerian. So why can't there be Yoruba Igbo? This is another fool. Respectfully, disrespectfully, he's a fool. What is this thing? How come we don't hear about Fulani Igbo, Hausa Igbo? Is it not good? It's not something to, I don't know, they are human beings. Why don't we hear about Hausa Igbo? I'll say something before it goes, because I have to play a video, then I'm going to explain what I want to say. Just 1 second, let me look for that video. Because I think a lot of us, especially those, the younger ones, they don't understand what's happening. So let me play you a video. By the way, I like this guy. I think he's a fantastic guy. I just think, you see, you can be very good in spiritual matters and not understand politics or culture. So let me play you something from this gentleman. Brilliant man, but it's just not, he doesn't understand what's happening. So 1 second, take a listen.
Look at the Igbos and see family. That's why Yorubas don't look at the Igbos and see family. That's why when you just bring Yoruba person to the house, say you are in church and God spoke to you about him. As you are saying everything, your parents are just looking at you. She went all the way to Ibadan and you brought him Bati. Why? Because as a nation, we don't see ourselves as what? Family. One young girl was crying because the parents are the same people saying, go and bring husband every single day. She brought husband though. This one is even Igbo. They said that their community and our community, they don't usually see eye to eye. These things make us look like we are fifth world countries. In case you are here, you are a parent looking at me as I'm saying this thing. It's painful. It's so painful because our children are getting advanced. They're getting exposed and they have to deal with the daftest traditional mindsets. What's my business with two communities clashing? Is it me that started the problem? God's will kept aside. God's plan and purpose. Communal clash. Believe me, what does that have to do with anything? It's purpose, it's intentionality. That's how we relate. That's how we fraternize. That's how we get friendships. I'm speaking English, you're understanding me. What's my concern with your tribe? From today, be free from tribalism. Be free from racism.
Let me start by saying I'm a Christian, I'm a believer, I'm charismatic, Pentecostal. I was born in CNS and I'm proud of my heritage. I'm proud to have been born in CNS and I'm proud to have lived there. I left more than 20 years ago, but I still visit every year. Family harvest. I said all of that to say this. Majority of the young people, especially those in charismatic and Pentecostals, have no idea how society works. Your God is, the way you see God is just personal. You don't understand the concept of communal God. And that's a different topic entirely. But Christianity, yes, we have a personal God, a personal relationship with God. But there's another part of it that we don't have anymore because there's no theocracy like we used to have in Israel. And with theocracy, for instance, comes, I mean, not even just theocracy, with the understanding of community comes the idea of exclusivity. It's a natural phenomenon. If you have a community, you're going to be exclusive in certain instances. The funny thing about people like what he said, again, is a good man. He just doesn't understand this thing. He will not say this for a Ghanaian. If a person, let me give an example, and I think maybe Igbos should take their advice more seriously. You are both Igbos, but then you are from different communities, you can't marry each other. You have not even sorted that one out amongst yourself. You are flying all over the place and shouting, why can a Yoruba person not marry Igbo? Like the lady lecturer at LASSO who said, you know, our children will marry Yoruba, and it became a problem. Like, why should that be a problem if you don't have any problem in your own brains? Like, why is that a problem for you? That's a choice. I'll tell you what I told my children. I told my children, when it's time for you to get married, you're going to marry a believer because, of course, those things matter. But I say you're going to marry somebody who respects Yoruba culture. I'll tell you why. Me, I may not be so like, it must be Yoruba, and I have my reasons. My reasons is because in my history, the idea of purity by blood doesn't exist. Even though both my parents and their parents all the way to the top are both there. And interestingly, all of us in my family married Yoruba. Everybody in my family, my father, my mother, everybody is Yoruba, but we never made it like, you must marry Yoruba. Those things can usually create chaos. But the important thing is that the person must have respect for your culture. The point is that we assume that because we have become Christians, we no longer have cultures. For me, personally, I'm just telling you what I think, and this is what I told my kids. It's not so much about Yoruba, Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani, Yoruba, Igbo. If you have purpose, okay. But if I notice that a particular ethnic group usually disrespects my culture, there's no way on earth anybody from that culture would want to marry my child. Because even if you say the person is good, you don't understand. Marriage is not about two people getting married. People assume, and this is also Western, it's not us. This Western idea of individualism, where maybe the people, Igbos, for instance, have that individualism thing as well, but even they understand communalism as well. When you get married to a person, it's not just one person and one person get married to each other. There are families, there's background, there are things that you have to do together as families, there are things that you will be expected to do in your husband's house, the man will be expected to do in the wife's house. Families are coming together, cultures are coming together. You can't act like, oh, now that I'm born again, it doesn't really matter. Paul, and I know I'm talking to Christians, I'm doing this intentionally. Paul said in Romans, he said that if they're talking about being Israel, he said I'm a Hebrew of Hebrews. He says circumcised on the 8th day of the stock of Benjamin. He knew his tribe, not just his ethnicity. He knew his family line. He was mentioning. Paul was particular about the fact that he was Hebrew. He didn't just say I'm a Christian. He's a Christian, but he's Hebrew. There are Hebrew customs that Paul carried out that Christians are not supposed to carry out if they're Gentiles. But he carried those things out because he was Hebrew. I did a series, I did a show, I did a class, I don't even know what to even call this, whether it's a class or a show. A while back when I said he's Paul a Yoruba man, it's on YouTube. The point is that when you see the way he moved, he was very, very conscious of his culture and his ethnic identity, even though he was telling everybody that there is neither Jew nor Greek. So what he's saying is that, listen, we cannot come together, there's neither Jew nor Greek in the house of God. But you see, when it comes to how people move, you also have to understand what makes you you. Part of it is your culture, and it's not a sin. If, let's say for instance, you marry somebody who doesn't kneel down because it means that something is wrong. You now go to your father's house, your wife says you cannot kneel down. You think it's about kneeling. It's not about kneeling. That is just a sign to tell you that everything you are doing in your family, if she doesn't like it, she doesn't do it. Like, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life as a parent teaching somebody's child how to, or tell. The point is, the question that is, the video itself is on the same surface level as what he is criticizing. It's not about the ethnic group. It's about the cultural value of the people. And this idea that, especially for us charismatic Pentecostals, this idea that once you become a Christian, your culture doesn't matter, it's nonsense. It's a very, very stupid idea. Paul will tell you he's Jewish. If he needs to say it, he will say it. And sometimes he will also remind you that he's Roman. For instance, when the centurion hit him, he told him, do you think you cannot just hit, was it him or Silas? Do you think you can just hit a Roman citizen? And the centurion said, oh, you're a Roman citizen? I bought it with a great price. In other words, I paid a lot of money for it. And then Paul said, I was born Roman. He used citizenship when he had to use it. Like, I think the only thing that people are taught these days in church is just how to, just ascend to heaven. Just, I was just in the spirit. One day, I listened to one message one time ago. Very nice message. But I told myself, if you build a society based on this message, that society will crumble. It's a message that has... Let me explain this way. So, I'm a Christian again. One of the things that we talk about is grace. And grace is powerful. And people talk about grace as in, oh, God will pardon you and, you forget your sins, which is true. Unmerited favor, which is true. But one day, this was 2011. That was about 14 years ago, right? I was just studying, and I wrote a note about that thing. I remember it's in one of my notes. I was like, how do you build a society based on this kind of philosophy? It's a philosophy where there's no consequences for action. And then I now discover in the same Bible that grace is not just pardon, it's also power. In other words, God will pardon you for what you have done, but can also enable you not to do it again. What I'm saying basically is that some of the messages that people preach that they don't understand how life works. They just tell you something fine. Maybe you can hear those things as university students, as children, as kids, which is fine. All of us, we're all there. But once you begin to talk as an adult in society, you've got to think beyond, it doesn't really matter, we're all Christians. If we're all Christians, how come you guys don't marry ugly people? because you know this, you know how this thing works now. People will see ugly people, they won't marry, they'll go and marry fine girls. Why? Are the ugly ones not Christians? You know, somebody said something years ago, said, how come you guys are always marrying fine women? And I said, and somebody answered, before I even got the chance, he said, when all of you are closing your eyes, some of us are opening our eyes so that we can see. The truth of the matter is that you can scope. It's not just about, oh, spirit. You see the girl, you see like, oh my set. You know what made, I mean, the Holy Ghost is there, but you also know that it is only when it comes to things that, and that one, it doesn't even matter as much as your children. Identity crisis. They don't know whether they belong here or there. You're not thinking about those things. And let me say something. It's not a problem to have parents of different ethnic groups. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. The thing is just that there are certain ethnic groups that are conditioned to be stagnant, to essentially calcify. They're not going to change. They're not going to evolve. They're not going to work with you. Think about it in this country, Nigeria. How many ethnic groups do you hear people complain about when it comes to marriage? Is there any ugliness in God's creation? Are they good? You know and I know. Let me see your wife's picture first. If she's fine, then you have answered the question yourself. We all know what we are doing. I don't even mean that, you know, people are ugly. It's just that we have preference. That's what I mean. We have preference, right? For like when I was younger, there's certain girls, no matter what, it cannot happen. Like, you know, unless you are just deceiving yourselves. We all know, like, nah. Come gbàdúrà kí iná máa tàn lọ́run, we're going to gbàdúrà again pé ṣé what ni ṣá, because I'm just joking, but you get the point. My point really is that if physical attributes mean that much, don't you think cultural attributes also mean something? If physical attributes, you see the girl, you see the shape, you see the eyes, you see all those things, and the guy is also looking at tall, dark, and handsome, is fine boy. There is physical attributes, there is financial attributes. You don't think cultural attributes make sense? Why do we act as if we are not on earth? We act like we are in heaven already. The day will come when all of us will be in heaven and it will not matter. But see, on this earth, it does matter. And I'm not saying this to say that, oh, so people are not human enough to be married. Because interestingly, even among some cultures in Nigeria, some people in their culture are not human enough to be married. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. Understand the culture of the people you are working with. People may be coming to church, speaking in tongues, and they have the worst cultural attributes as far as you are concerned. And let me say this. The person's culture will not be a problem where they are from. For me, for instance, like the guy we just listened to that said he came to Yoruba land, saw everybody prostrating, and then he learned to do it. That's a good one. Some people would never learn to do it. It means something to me. My children have to prostrate. When I'm talking, there's a way they have to behave. When somebody comes in and I look at them, they must get the message. I don't have to be shouting. All those little things may not matter to you where you're coming from, and God bless you. But it matters to some people. So what message, the message church should be teaching, really is this. Number one, don't use Nigeria to spoil people's life by saying we're in the same nation, how can we not marry each other? How about we're in the same continent? How many times have you married people from Sudan? When you guys go on dating sites, how come you don't intentionally look for people in South Sudan, no, South Sudan is fine. Which other country? I don't want to mention. Like, just look for people in Kenya, in South Sudan, in Tanzania. How come you're always looking for people in Nigeria? Because you're more comfortable with people in Nigeria. That's it. You know, you can talk about jollof rice. What are you going to say with somebody from South Sudan? You don't even know the name of their president. It's the same thing. People can be more comfortable within their ethnic group. Why is that a problem for you? If an Englishman decides to marry an English person, you guys have no problem with it because you don't understand that he's human like you. For many Nigerians, Oyibo na God. But are there English people married to Irish? Of course. But does that mean that if an English person says, I'd rather marry somebody that can cook, English, they even cook that one, English breakfast, and then you say, oh, you are thinking low, there's purpose. Purpose. I believe in purpose, but I'll tell you something that a lot of pastors don't say. There's no one person for anybody on earth. And if it ever happens, maybe just once in a while, generally speaking, there's no soulmate like, if I don't marry this person, I'll die. It's a lie. It's a lie. It is a lie. Because when people die, they'll still marry another person. You know, it's still the same God that will reveal something. So all this childish, I have, you know, the purpose. Marry for purpose. But understand that if physical attributes are important, if finance is important, cultural attributes are also important. And this is not to say one ethnic group is better than the other. It's just to say that, do we align culturally? If we don't align culturally, it doesn't matter how much we speak in tongues. I'll end with this. There are people even in the Bible, all Christians, who were at different levels. A very good example is Peter and Paul. And I'm saying this because the person who spoke is a pastor. Peter and Paul. Paul was a minister to the Gentiles. He gave us fantastic stuff, and then worked, and then Peter Paul was a missionary to the Gentiles, apostle to the Gentiles. Peter was apostle to the Jews. One day, true story. One day, Peter went to visit Paul. Now, culturally, so I will be a Gentile, for instance. Anybody who is not a Jew is Gentile. Meanwhile, if you're a Yoruba person, you want to be a Jew so bad, listen, you are a Gentile. Don't kill yourself. There's no award for being a Jew. You are a Christian, it's okay. Anyway, Peter now saw Paul eating with the Gentiles because he was ministering to them, so they were, like normal, like we are the same and everything. And then after a while, Peter began to eat with them. Now, originally, Peter would not even do something like that, because in Acts, that should be chapter 10. Chapter 10 was when Cornelius came, between 9 and 10. It was chapter 10. When God gave him he had a trance. He fell into a trance and saw a sheet from heaven with stuff, and then he said he's not going to eat anything unclean. So normally, Peter was a very, very juju Hebrew person. Well, on this particular occasion, he said to have some of the food with the Gentiles. At that particular moment, some people came from Jerusalem who were Jews. As soon as they came inside, Peter left the food. And Paul had issues with him. Paul rebuked him. Peter was older, but Paul rebuked him because why would you? That's like hypocrisy. But you see, if you ask me, I think Paul was just young. When Paul grew older, he had a mentee, a protege, who was Timothy. When he wrote a letter to Timothy, he told Timothy, do not correct an elder in public. What has happened? Number one, he himself had to adjust his own understanding of culture. And even though it was not, Peter's understanding was different from his because he was Jew, you can see hypocrisy and all of that. But the point is that when Peter saw the rest of his family members come from Jerusalem, he had to act like a Jew. Because again, that's not his ministry. He's not called to the Gentiles. Now you get calling. All of that to say that if you have the grace for something, do it. Like Paul, you do it. If you're like Peter and you don't have that grace, don't force yourself. Take your time, grow. When you get there, you cannot do it. Until then, let all of us maintain our lane. And I don't know why, when people say they don't want to marry another ethnic group, it's only Igbo people that get angry. I don't know why. Like, is it that you have scarcity in terms of husband or wife material? If a Yoruba man says he wants to marry only a Yoruba person, why are you the one angry? Anyway, that's that about that. I hope everybody is okay, and I hope everybody is well, and I hope people have great homes, regardless of their ethnicity. But culture matters. Culture matters. Don't go marry somebody now that your children will go to their mother's house and they will be treated like second-class citizens amongst their own people. Culture matters. You affect the boy's mind because you are not thinking as a parent. And now, let me bring people up now. Again, marriage is easy. Marriage is difficult on its own. Don't add wahala to yourself. That's one. Number two, compared to family, marriage is easy because family is bigger than just the two. Just think about the family, think about your children, think about all those things. And Christians, particularly the younger ones, they need to really calm down and understand that it's beyond just spirit. If it's just spirit, again, people should maybe not be marrying that many beautiful women. I've said my bit. Let's bring some people up. We'll listen to you speak for the next 10-15 minutes, and then we'll get to the conversation. So let's bring some people up. Good to see you. All right. So we're going to keep it to 2 minutes. Are you there? Mr. Martin, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Busu. Ẹkáàsán ń bí làwọn bí.
Àbí ẹkáàsán.
Ẹkáàsán. Màá kọ́ gbàdúrà fún yín náà. Kí Olódùmarè wà pẹ̀lú yín kó tú ilé àtọ̀nà yín ṣe.
Àmín.
Kó wà pẹ̀lú family yín. About that useless book, cost book, I got a wind of it over the weekend. And I had in mind that I'm going to speak to you about their book today. And I was stunned when you brought it up. I was stunned. You are a truly Yoruba son. I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. I had in mind that I saw that kind of useless, that condemn, and those tribes that are being cursed, that are disorientated, that are confused, that doesn't know where they came from. They're trying to attach themselves to unnecessary things. That shows them that they are being cursed and they'll be cursed forever. That book I heard about over the weekend. I had in my mind that today I must speak about it. I don't know you're going to talk about it. I'm so proud of you, Mr. Bissoye. I think it's a high time for our Highness Oni of Richard to come and speak and clear here.
Oni of Richard.
No, let me talk.
You said, relax, Mr. Martin. You said Oni of Richard. You said Oni of Richard. You said Oni of Richard. Nobody said you not to talk. Talk. Let me put up the timer, please.
Yeah, it's one of the most respected king. It's my king. It's high time for him to come and clear here. Because all this narrative will be around his statement that he made. I've heard from King of Ugbo. He has made a clarification. That's nothing like that. So Oni of Ife must not be quiet about this thing. He must shut that kind of narrative down for the future generation. This book must not fly. So they are building this useless book around the statement of Oni of Ife. Before we had this book, this confused and condemned and caused tribe will never come about without writing that kind of useless book, without kind of statement. They are attaching themselves to Ile Ife. Say Oni said it. Oni said it. Oni had to come out and make a statement for the future generation. In statement, will be powerful and send that book to the where to dustbin that it belongs to. That if it come out and make and clear the hair, that's not Igbo in Yoruba territory. That you're talking about Ugbo. So that thing will make them settle down. Without any coming out, this narrative will continue going on. Because everywhere you hear this useless of people, they quote Oni of Ife. So Oni of Ife must come out to say this coming generation narrative. This book must not enter the education system. It must not enter it. So Oni of Ife must come outside and clear here. That doesn't mean Igbo. Because they are attaching it to that kind of narrative. That's what I had in mind over the weekend when I heard about that book. That I will speak to you because you are from Ile Ife. And you have direct contact. You might have direct contact to our king, Oni of Ife. That I will send it to you that you have to talk to him, leak to him, that he had to come out. The posterity is not doing a favor for the future if he didn't come out now. Because if he didn't come out, he want to destroy Yoruba history. And the coming generation will not be happy about it. That's all what
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Martin. So, Job, I know it's not that book. There's a different book now. There's a different one. So the one in, let me tell you something. The one in the education sector, that one is even easier to remove than this other one that's on Amazon. But let me also say something, because I think since you've already said that I'm from Ife, so I might as well just say something about this. You see, The truth is, if I say it now, everybody may get angry, but you will get it eventually. See, in truth, right? There are Igbo people in Ife. But like I said several times, when people say things like this, Ugbo, not Igbo. Listen, in Ife, we call Ugbo Igbo, just like we used to call Ife Ufe. What people don't understand is that the way we pronounce Igbo is not how the Igbo people of Southeast pronounce their own names, their own name. They are not Igbo. And I know this is like a very long thing in pronunciation and all of those things. But in actual, one second. In actual fact, they are not Igbo. We are the ones who call Gbi. They number one, they have never been Igbo. They were Igbo. GB in Igbo language is not B, is Bo. It's like BW. And so it's not so much the spelling. By the way, even this spelling that they're shouting Igbo, this Igbo spelling, that it became popular in the 70s, this IGBO. And that's why if you read all those documents from the 30s, let me tell you something. If you read from 18th century, you see EBOE, Igbo. If you read during colonial period up until independence, it was IBO, including the one that they formed for themselves. Igbo World Organization is IBO. What I'm saying, what I'm trying to get across is this: we call a group of people Igbo. That Igbo are actually a subgroup of Ilaje people. The Igbo, not Igbo, the Igbo are the people from the southeastern part of Nigeria. They are not connected to Yoruba land in any way, shape, or form. We have nothing in common.
So, I agree with you.
No, Mr. Martin, please. No, Mr. Martin, please. I've stopped doing this thing. Please, that used to affect me a lot, so I already stopped it. Like, the point I'm trying to make is that even if somebody wrote here that the Oni meant it, so even if Oni meant it, see, Yoruba people, we don't have absolute monarchies. Even in ancient times, we didn't have absolute monarchies. We don't have absolute monarchy where whatever the king says, nobody can question. Maybe you can't question as a citizen, but then there are people who can question it. And then you can show, like, okay, based on this, this is wrong. The truth of the matter is that the Igbo people of Southeast have nothing in common with Yoruba people. And by the way, if they know, you knew it was GNAB mentioned, if they knew exactly who they are, they will own up to it. And who they are, I'm not going to say it, not today. Their history is not so cool, but they should just own up to who they are and stop just. So, for instance, how can you be from Israel at the same time you're from America, at the same time you're from Japan, and then at the same time you're from Ife? Like, don't you have any bearing in life? You are confusing your children. There is Igbo in Ife. The Igbo of Ife are also the people that we call Ugbo, and they are the ones in Ilaje. The Igbo, because let me tell you something, ask any Igbo person you ever find in this life, ask him to pronounce the name of his ethnic group. Ask him to pronounce his ethnic group. He cannot say Igbo. I studied Igbo language. I've said this several times. Nobody I say I get professorship or anything inside, though. I don't get PhD inside Igbo, but I know enough to know when people are lying. The people of the Southeast are called Igbo, not Igbo. And one of them went on my YouTube video to say, oh, Ijabu Igbo is part of Igbo. And I was like, Igbo for us means slave. Igbo in your place means slave. Sorry, Igbo for us means bush. Igbo in your place. I said you go and check. Oh, I've already said this. I told him to check English Igbo dictionary, which I have. And Igbo in that book means slave. So is just because, you know, the word as now you are spelling it like we spell it. In the last 50 years, we've been spelling Igbo as Igbo, and Igbo has always been bush. So if you are coming with your own spelling now, you cannot use your spelling. By the way, regardless of the spelling, what does it mean? And we know the meaning. I don't know if I said it, but I don't like to say it for the most part. We know the meaning. So Igbo for us means bush. Igbo for them. Igbo means something else. All right. So that's about it.
Can I say something before I come down?
No, Mr. Martin, I have to move on. Like,
no, I want to say something before I come down. I know you are trying to deflect it. Oni of Ife has to come out. Is custodian of Yoruba culture and history.
Mr. Martin, there is a place where things get enough. Like you've said it. We are not deaf now. You've said it. You've said it. You've said it. And you have a point. And you are right. But there is a way we talk about issues that have to do with Yoruba people. That's why I don't see me with all this Yoruba Ife or Yorgin. I don't. There is a way. You said it. And when you said the first time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I get
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
I get it. Don't worry. What you said, sharing Godeso, it is true. Godeso is true. Iwenye, Mr. Martin, just so that you know, Motika Wenye, the reference or any statement. Is that not why you are very passionate about this, Mr. Martin? Mr. Martin?
Yes, sir. That's why I said Oni has to come out.
One quote on in Wenye.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, Kailara yẹn ó ká èmi náà lára ṣùgbọ́n ṣe rí tẹ́ bá níbi tó pé ajá wa ògiri wa ni àbí irú wa ògiri wa ó ní báyọ̀ ṣe máa sọ but nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ yé mi like it, and it's something that Oni would definitely have to do something, because again it's Kabiyesi, should do something about, in setting the record straight. But to be fair, the Igbo people, the Igbo are not Igbo. Igbo has nothing to do with Yoruba. And by the way, if they have something to do with Yoruba land, they will still be the meaning of their name. The things, I hold myself back somewhere because the Igbo, tí Igbo bá wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, tí Igbo àwọn South East bá wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ nígbà tó wà, nǹkan tó rúkọ wọn jẹ́ náà máa jẹ́ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Adura Agbemi, you're not listening, but it's fine. I think I don't know if you get my point. I know it can be. We call Ugbo Igbo in Ife. Maybe that's what is confusing. We call Ugbo Igbo, just as we call Ufe Ife, Ujesha, Ijesha. What is different is dialect. So a máa ń pe Ugbo náà ní Igbo. Igbo wọ́n nílé ń fẹ̀, wọ́n pọ̀ ní Olúyàrè. Àwọn Igbo yìí, àwọn eléyìí ò ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú Yorùbá. I know the funny thing, they don't have to. Like, they're people on their own. What is this attachment by force? What's the point? That's what I don't even get. But it's fine. Mr. Martin, thank you very much for coming up. Sir. Ẹ má worry. Ọmọ wa nǹkan ṣe sí.
Thank you, sir.
Orípo ta yín lára gan, ẹ má bínú. Ọmọ Yorùbá tàtà ni. Okay, so we're just going to do this very quickly. I did go first and Kenzie, and then we'll go to the topic of today. We're continuing with the conversation on what led to the war. Thank you for joining us on YouTube.
How are you doing?
One second. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Maybe, yeah.
Yes.
So I heard, why I came up. I heard what you said. I know you are very knowledgeable, and you the attributes of intellectuals is when you're able to take correction. You understand? Yes, like nobody is a universe of knowledge. So something where
this your introduction not too long ago. What you want to talk?
What I want to do, what I want to correct something wrong when you talk. You understand?
Okay. What you talk?
You said that ask any Igbo person to pronounce Igbo, that he would not say Igbo.
You just did it. No, you just did this.
Huh?
How? You are proving my point.
How?
Say IGBO, your ethnic group. Say the name.
It's Igbo.
That's the point. See,
it is
when we what do you say?
Igbo. That is the typical pronunciation.
You just did it now. When you first came up, the first two times you pronounced it exactly the way I said you would pronounce it. It is just now that you call it Igbo.
No,
I wish
you know what? This
is recorded though.
So you will hear it in case you did not hear me correctly.
No, you're not listening to me. Wait. This thing is recorded though. When you came up, you said you have a problem with the way I said Igbo.
Yeah. Exactly.
Now listen, I don't say Igbo. I'm not saying Igbo. I know that's not. I mean, no. I've never. That's the funny thing. If you listen to me, I've never said Igbo. Igbo is the anglicized way. Now, in Igbo people, they call people Igbo because the BW now work. They just say Igbo.
Okay.
For instance, we have an actor in the UK now. His name is John Boyega. His real name is actually Adegboyega.
Okay.
But the British have no B in their own lexicon, so they will use B. So they will call Boyega instead of Boyega. What they will do for B is what they will do for your own. So, for instance, when you came up, you were like, it's Igbo. And that's what I call it. I call it Igbo.
Okay.
So,
not Igbo, like IBO.
No, I'm not saying IBO. Okay. No, see, I already know that is disrespectful. I don't. I have nothing to gain by calling you Igbo.
Okay. My point is Igbo people don't pronounce Igbo. It is Igbo.
No. So listen to me. Let me tell you, there are three things here. There's Igbo. That's Oyinbo. There's Igbo. That's Southeast. There's Igbo. That's Yoruba. See, Igbo people, they are Yoruba people. They are in a larger area today. Igbo are in the southeastern part of Nigeria. Igbo is how the Oyinbo used to call the Igbo of southeast Nigeria. So there are three ways of pronouncing and those three pronunciations, two of the pronunciation mean the same person, the same group. The last one means another group. So Igbo is what, if you read the book by Olaude Ekwano, I know you know him, I'm sure you know him. He even spells it as EBOE.
You know, he wasn't referring to the southeast, right?
He wasn't talking about southeast, he was talking about something east of Benin. Yeah. But maybe not southeast.
But there is anyway, let me not go into that. Go on.
All I'm trying to say really is that there are three different pronunciations, but maybe you think I'm calling you Igbo people. I don't call people Igbo because I think it's disrespectful. They don't like to be called that, so that's fine. But the point is that the GB, the sound of the GB in the southeast is different from the one for a larger people.
If that's your assertion, you are correct.
Thank you.
But I thought what I thought you were trying to say was the correct pronunciation of Igbo is IBO, and that is how we say it. No. Ask any Igbo person, he would say Igbo. I'm like, how?
No, I'm not. I don't do the IBO thing because you guys.
And IBO thing is not how we pronounce it. That's what I wanted to say.
Because even then, even in the in the 30s and the 40s, when Igbo Federal Union was formed in the 1940s. Even then, your people will call it Igbo, but they will write it like the British as IBO, but the pronunciation is Igbo.
Exactly.
So I know like you said, I'm not an island of knowledge. I don't know everything, but I know this one. Say no be Igbo like Yoruba, but also no be Igbo like Oyibo. Now in between,
exactly. So I thought why I came up just to correct that, but actually I was wrong because I thought that's what you said. The IBO, just like they were just trying to write it the way the British wrote it, because that was the most popularized, documented, written form of it. But how we pronounce it is Igbo, not IBO, not Igbo. There is the the GB sound there. Probably the I in your side. How you pronounce it?
No, I think it's the GB. The GB. What's the GB? Is it
the GB is not very heavy. But
that's what I'm saying. In our own, the B is heavy. Like if we say Igba. So Igba is Calabash. Igba is garden egg. Igba is 200. Igba is time. So our B is heavy. Your GB is not like our own B. That's what I'm saying. But let me ask you a question. Do you think do you also agree that you are from Ife?
That's an absolute fallacy.
Oh.
there is no historical documented connection between the Igbo people across the Niger, especially with the Yorubas. The only situation where there is any sort of connection between Igbo-speaking people and Yoruba speaking people being in a particular indigenous conglomerate is where you find the Olukumi in Enwani. That is in Delta North. That is the only, that's the only place you see
connection.
Aborigines of people and Yoruba, being in same climate.
True.
Aside that, no connection, no whatever whatsoever. Even though there's a theory, regardless, that at some point linguistically, that the Igbo language and the Yoruba language, emanated from a particular parent language. I don't know if you know about that.
Yes, I've read about. As well, beyond linguistics, there's also the part of the formation of identity, and that goes way back. Like if we ever met, that would be thousands of years.
Exactly. So that's only two theories I know about Igbo and Yoruba connection. Aside that, in all my research and all my knowledge and history and even linguistic side, in history in particular, there is no connection. You have connections with maybe Igala, we have connections with Benin, you have connections with Ibibio, most surrounding surrounding us. You understand, and so on and so forth. But Yoruba in particular, zero. Except in that situation where you have them, you have people indigenous to a particular land and they are Igbo speakers. There are people indigenous to that particular land and they are Yoruba speakers, stroke Olukumi. Aside this situation, there's no other that I know of.
All right. I mean, you're right. I mean, if you go to the Olukumi area, for instance, some of the things they have even changed. So, for instance, Ekwefun, they now call it Unkunzu because they're using Igbo language because they've been influenced and all that. But now they're reclaiming it because certain people are doing. Maybe you're not like that. But there are people who go around saying things like, "Oh, it's Ukunzu, so it's Igbo land," and say that the Olukumi.
I don't know if you know. According to their tradition in that side, they are regarded as the earliest settlers. I don't know.
God bless you. It's not Odiani.
Yes, Odiani means the first settlers.
The aborigines of the space. So the Igbos call them Odiani. Sorry, please continue.
And it means land. Odiani means like Odi, and it literally means in Igbo, people that own or inhabit the land, or in another phrase, aborigines, something like that. So
how will, thank you, because so how will people now say things like the Odiani met them there and took land from them? This is the kind of narrative that goes around. By the way, you may not think like that, but I think people like you have to speak up and correct your people. People are carrying microphones all over places and telling them that, the Olukumis met them there. And I was like, how would Olukumi meet them there and they will still call Olukumi the oldest persons or the oldest people there? Like, it doesn't really make sense. But please, I just want to ask that people like you speak up and that you correct, because I know you exist. I always acknowledge that there's a remnant, there's a wise minority, but the sad part is that the wise minority is a silent minority.
I don't think that as a compliment, though.
It may not be, but see, it's the best I can do. The point is that, so let me say it this way, you guys, and I'm not being patronizing, but I like to say things like, I have people that I talk to from your space, and we don't agree on everything. Just like you came up, you tried to correct me, but it's called that we're together and then we are just talking, no big deal. And they will not try to change anybody's history. We understand history and just move on. But the point is that as far as the public space is concerned, you are a minority. To make it worse, you are also silent. So we can have conversation right now, even if, like now, we both agree on things, so that's good. But even if we don't agree, we can still, disagree respectfully.
Exactly.
Right? But that's how conversations should go. Not that I have to change my history to make you feel comfortable. But the point is that people like you, for the most part, are the exception to the rule. And so what we need, if you can give someone like me, would be that people like you will also speak up and say, listen, there are just some extremes that people are going, and the kind of things that have happened. My brother, reading history,
this
sometimes can get you afraid.
Where do you hear it? I'm talking about the the assertion that the Ojani are not they are like newcomer.
I think I read this in a publication, and it started with all these Biafra people. And,
No,
let
me not talk, Sham. So,
no, it's not a peer-reviewed journal, to be fair. But I found it in papers. For instance, the one about Oduduwa being a prince of Igbo land was written by Owaneze Ndigbo. The one about Ife being owned by Igbo people of Southeast was written. That one I have the page is from the Sun newspaper.
When was it publicized, please?
This must have been.
When do you think it was set? And there's some point I want to make with that.
Please make your point. Let me look for it. I'll find the date.
Okay. You know why it is. You know the origin of this whole, because this Ife Igbo origin, blah blah blah. The first time the first time I heard it was from the Oni. And when I heard it say it, I didn't even agree with him. So different narratives there, sprouting from that particular claim, especially all these propagandists, expansionists and what have you. You know what I'm talking about. You understand?
But me, I've read it before, Nisha. I read it before and even became. I'll see if I can find the paper. It's somewhere.
You heard it before on where?
Yes. I just told you now. It's inside the newspaper. It's inside some newspaper.
And it predates when you made that.
I've shown it here before. I'll see if I can find it. But I've shown it here before. If I find it, I'll let you know. But I've brought it out here before.
But
it's just
it was after Oni said it that I now saw Obi of Onitsha in a particular lecture, affirming the same analogy, saying that.
So, the funny thing about what you just said right now, the Obi of Onitsha stuff is even funny. Now I'll tell you why. If what Oni said is not right, though, but sorry, I can't say Kabes is wrong, but let's just work with the facts that we have. Obi of Onitsha's connection to Ife is through Benin.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with
he actually claimed that in an interview with BBC Igbo. Maybe you should go and look for it and then find an Igbo interpreter. In his claim,
I should be
wait, hold on. Unless that particular interview predates, is older than the one that only did, then I would say maybe I cannot. If the interview with Obi of Onitsha, if it's older, then I would say I had seen that Obi of Onitsha's own before Oni, because as a matter of fact, I saw Obi of Onitsha's interview before I saw Oni's video. And in that video, if you look for the video and find an Igbo interpreter, because the interview was in Igbo, he said that Onitsha Doni do means Onitsha of Ado and
Adonidu.
That Ado is Ife and Idu is Benin. That's what he said.
It don't scatter up. No, I don't even have to check. It don't scatter up. Ado doesn't mean it. Ado doesn't mean Ife. That's the sad part.
That's what he said.
So he's wrong. So let me tell you something about Yoruba people. We respect our kings. We respect their opinions. We respect their views. But we also know that it is possible, maybe due to omission or something, they might make mistakes when it comes to some of these details. Not that they intentionally want to mislead, but they might make mistakes.
Exactly.
So, for instance, is there a possibility of connection between Onitsha and Yoruba people? Yes. Not Onitsha people, the royalty of Onitsha, but that connection will be through Benin. It still has nothing to do with the fact that Igbo people were in. By the way, do you know up until the 1930s, Onitsha people don't call themselves Igbo? Even into the 40s.
There's a reason for that, but yes, I agree.
Yes, but so if you read the book by G.T. Basden, for instance, the Onitsha people call everybody west of them Enwani, everybody east Igbo. They don't call themselves Igbo.
And the same way the people west of them, that is the other Onitsas, we refer to them as Igbo as well. Do you know?
No. The point is that they don't call themselves, they don't accept that nomenclature as Igbo. That's the point I'm trying to make. And eventually, of course, they are. And even now that they call themselves Igbo, you still see the way they say they are like at the top of the food chain. Like, if you get my point, but my point, what I'm trying to say basically is that they cannot even begin to say now that they were the Igbos, even if it's the Igbo of the Southeast, they will not.
But that's what they will be said. You can just to
Obi is wrong now.
Just to fact check
respectfully.
Yeah, exactly. Just to fact check me. Find the video. Find an Igbo interpreter. This is how he said it. He said that Eba Sibia Wana Eba Nabo Ife. That is Onicha Do Nidu. That is where we came from. Is where they call Ife. We journeyed through Ife, came through Benin, and arrived at where we are today. That's, and as a matter of fact, you have to actually.
Should I tell you? Should I tell one for anything? Should I tell one for anything? I'm not going to say that it didn't come from Ife, but let me tell you one funny thing. Majority of let me ask you a question. Do you know why everybody in the last, and I'm not even joking about this, in the last 500 to 700 years, even more than that, have claimed Ife connection? Do you know why? I'm going to read something to you, but do you know why everybody says they are from Ife?
Well, tell me.
I'm going to read something to you from. 1 second. Oh boy, today's topic that waiting me to war. I'm coming. Let me read something to you from Professor Akinwumi Ogundiran. 1 second. You see why everybody wants to be associated with Ife. Not this new one that everybody just out to know.
Would you say the same with Benin?
No. Benin came much later. Benin was very proud of Ife, by the way, until 1952. Benin was very proud of its Ife connections. The whole change about Benin started in the 50s, early 50s. All right, I hope I have this book here. I'm going to read something to you from Yoruba, the New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. I think I read it here the other time.
Well, when was it?
Just to... oh boy, I have to scroll up.
But can you just at least make an estimate? It mustn't be the exact date.
No. It's about 20 years ago.
Okay, go on.
But what is referring to happened in the 14th century. There's a book that's referring to that was written in 1352.
Okay.
So it's not just about just take it as a source for another thing.
Okay.
Please focus on your Yoruba history. No way, I even do Roman history here and English history. Don't you have the capacity to understand beyond yourself?
I think he's one of those Benin descendants.
Don't worry. Let him be crying in the comment section. Let me read something to you here. Okay. He's talking about the glass beads that we used to make in Ife back in the day. So the glass beads, they were Shegi and Iyun. They've been made before Udua, but then it became like our commercial the mainstay of our economy, during Oduduwa's period and post Oduduwa. So it says the diachroic, bluish, greenish, and yellowish beads of the same HLHA chemical properties as those of Ile-Ife have been identified further afield from Igbo-Ukwu in southeastern Nigeria and Benin Lafia in northeast Benin Republic to Kisi in Burkina Faso, Diobuye in Senegal, Gao-Ashen and Esuk in Mali, and in Kombisale in Mauritania, all in 12th to 14th century context. I'm going somewhere. It's saying that as at 12th to 14th century, the products from Ife had traveled different places. As a matter of fact, even got to the Mediterranean through Mali traders. But let's continue. It now says Ile-Ife, the only known industrial center for HLHA glass production, was the supplier of these beads to several locations in West Africa. As these exquisite imports permeated the subcontinental market and social lives, so did the fame of the city spread far and wide. Ibn Battuta, the 14th century globetrotting Moroccan scholar, was informed during his visit to Mali in between February 1352 and December 1353 about a powerful kingdom to the south. The name of the kingdom is rendered in Ibn Battuta's travel account as Yufi, which is informants described as one of the biggest countries of the Sudan. By the way, the word Sudan doesn't mean Sudan the country. Sudan was how the Arabs would refer to all of us down south, right? We're all Sudan. Just like the Portuguese will call all of us Guinea, regardless of the fact that we are.
What about Niger?
Right?
Which language?
The same thing. Niger is Latin.
Okay.
So Niger is Latin. Niger is the French way of pronouncing the Latin word Niger. So it's all black. So Niger, Niger, Guinea, Sudan, Kush, it's all black. All right. So he says, Ibn Battuta, the 14th century globetrotting Moroccan scholar, was informed during his visit to Mali between February 1352, this is the 14th century, and December 1353, about a powerful kingdom to the south. The name of the kingdom is rendered in Ibn Battuta's travel account as Yufi, which his informants described as one of the biggest countries of the Sudan, and their sultan, that's the king, oh shoot, oh boy, oh okay, and their sultan, one of their greatest sultans. Ile-Ife was the largest urban center, the biggest emporium, and the wealthiest polity in West Africa's rainforest let me take it again. Ile-Ife was the largest urban center, the biggest emporium, and the wealthiest polity in West Africa's rainforest belt south of the Niger River during the mid-14th century, with more than 2 centuries of trading contact with the Western Sudan. On account of this fact alone, it is the best match for Ibn Battuta's Yufi. And then it says here, they call it Ufe, which is... Sorry, I don't have time for fools. Let me just mute this one. Go and play with the children or go and do 10-10. I don't have time, please. God bless you. Just for 5 minutes. Play 10-10 and come back. Let me just continue. Stay with me. It says, on account of this fact alone, it is the best match for Ibn Battuta's Yufi. Moreover, on linguistic grounds, Yufi is a Mande or an Arabic transliteration of Ufe. So, like I said earlier, Ife is what we used to call Ufe. Just like we call Ulesha, Ilesha, Ushu, Ishu, just dialectal differences. Yeah. Transliteration of Ufe, the proper name for Ife in Central Yoruba dialect. Now, this is where it gets crazy. And as late as 1908, the people of the Niger Bend, present-day Mali, recognized Ile-Ife as the source of the diachroic beads that Leo Frobinus found there. For example, it was in Timbuktu that Frobinus first heard about the bead treasures of Olokun Grove. He used that information from Timbuktu to locate and visit Ile-Ife in 1910. I mean, it's still long, but here's the point. Everybody talks about Ife because from the 11th century to the 15th from the 11th century to the 15th century, that's from the 1000s to the 1400s, Ife was an empire. It was an empire for 400 years. When the empire declined, of course, there's always rise and fall of empires. Oyo rose in 1615, and it lasted 200 years. The point is that the greatness of the place attracted people, and in some cases also made people want to say, we are from there. Over time, Ile-Ife has always been used to people saying they are from there, and it's the same mindset that we have as Yoruba people, for instance. Let me give an example. The Ga people say they are from Ife. Recently, somebody was arguing with me, the Ghanaian, say, they're not from there, they're not from there. See, the point is, because of our history of assimilation of even different ethnic groups, it makes sense. If a people in southern Nigeria say, they are from Ife, for the most part, it would not matter if not for Nigeria. Because we are used, this is, 1352. Frobinus used the account from Timbuktu in 1910, got to Ife. Guess what he called Ife? He called it the lost city of Atlantis, based on what he found at Olokun Grove. Now, if we have no Nigeria, like, there's Yoruba land, and people say we're connected, no problem. But you see, Nigerian politics changes the game. You've got to understand how to own what's yours in a place where dog eats dog, like Nigeria. Where a person will tell you that they are from your place, and they can use that against you in politics, they can use that against you in matters of indigenship. Those are the things that make people say, Oga, you're not from here. It's not because they hate those people, it's because they understand where they are. They are in Nigeria. It's not a Yoruba land where you can, Yoruba land, or Yoruba country, or Yoruba nation, where you know your connection, and you will know that. Let me give an example. If you say you're from my place, anytime you come home, for instance, let me give a very good example. It was last month or so, the king of Ijero traveled to Ife, went to meet Oni. They took him to his family compound, where his great ancestors left from Ife. There are many kingdoms in Yoruba land that you can find the Agbole in Ife. if you say you are from Ife, most likely we're going to find your Agbole. If you don't find it, you are lying. That's one. Number two, apart from the family compound, when you come like that, you know you're not going to become the head of the head. Like, in other words, you are a member of the whole. What your people have done with their publication is to say that they owned the place.
Like original.
Before the Yoruba people got, yes, before the Yoruba people got there, one was written by a woman called, what's her first name? I don't remember, but the surname is Duru. Tony and something Duru. They put that book in secondary schools, for crying out loud, to say that the Yoruba people chased them out of there, like you were never there. So that, and understanding the politics of Nigeria, that's the reason we speak up, not because we have any issues with anybody, but I hope that answered the question. So, I don't know how we got here. I was talking about Ibn Battuta talking about something in 1352 and why people want to be part of Ife. It makes sense. One of the sayings, let me give a very good example. Word prize. What's the word prize? One of these Europeans was, I have a book, it's not today's topic, he was in Benin. And he was told about, I'm going to tell you the saying. In Yoruba, we have a saying, Ile Ife, ibiti ojumo ti mo wa. Literally, it means that Ile Ife is the place from where the dawn breaks. In other words, that's where the sun begins to shine. Right? Now, they told this Oyinbo that thing in Benin. When he left, he was looking for Ife. He was using cardinal points. He was using geography. He was like, okay, cardinal points. Where does the sun shine from? The east. So he went east. He's not going to find Ife. He didn't find what he was looking for.
There was also a recording about Benin origin emanating from some tale of Benin origin emanating from the east. I don't know if you've seen that record.
Don't worry. Let's not go into the story. That story that revision. I have the history up until when it changed. Everything they said. And if you have been in here, let me just recommend a couple of books. If you read, they don't like this man, by the way. Short History of Benin by Jacob Egareva. Jacob Egareva's book. I just remember his name. You really forget now. H.F. Marshall's book, Intelligence Report on Benin. He also wrote Intelligence Report on Usain, which is why I know that the people are lying about Usain now, because that thing was written before this fight started.
Do you know about William Botman? 1689, I think.
I know that name.
He also recorded.
I know that name.
He visited Benin at that time.
Yeah. So Benin was a great kingdom. Like I always tell people, there's no need to even. More just leave that Benin matter. It's but it was powerful. It was influential, and it was great. If they call it an empire, maybe to people on that side it could be, but on this part of town, on this side of town, maybe because we've had two, and the third one was rising when the British arrived, so we have an idea what empires look like, and to us, we just consider that Benin was powerful and great, and part of the Commonwealth of Yoruba people, which is a fact, by the way, regardless of what people are saying right now.
Fact, I agree.
You know, it's part of the Yoruba Commonwealth. So, for instance, even the Yoruba chiefs meeting in 1937, the Oba of Benin was there because, of course, it traces ancestry to Oromiyan, which is fantastic. All this, for me, it's not so much about who is bigger than who. It's just like you just understand that you cannot be bigger than your great-grandfather. Like, there's no need to even question it.
Aside that,
Benin is a great kingdom, great people. They have fantastic history, but it's only when they come for me that I show them the part that is not fantastic. If they don't come for me, I'll just be telling them that they are great. If they come for me, I just remind them of a few books. I could mention it now, but nobody has come for me yet, so let's just leave it alone. But I'm glad you came up. Thank you very much for coming. And
look at the comment section.
Yeah? No. Don't worry. These ones are just plain. I don't say the topic of today. Benin. I said every time that, listen, the Benin court. So I'm from Ife. I'm from royal family in Ife. If you're royalty in Ife, you are connected to royalty in Oyo directly and Benin, apart from other Yoruba spaces. So, like, the reason I don't insult the Oba of Benin like other people is because, now, like I said, they insult my own, like, blood. and I'll tell you this: most of the people that insult me on comment section in Benin, they are Ovien. They are slaves to the king. I am more related to the king than they. They're just insulting me. It doesn't mean anything.
Interesting.
So in reality, they may be from there, but they are slaves to him. He is my own relative. So why should I be bothered about slaves?
They're your brother's slaves.
Now you talk. Let's continue. Let's go back to the book. But thank you very much, Com. So you are never okay. Thank you very much. Let me just take you get into the conversation for today. But thank you for coming up, Mackenzie. I know you always do so funny things in the comment section. Whenever you come up, we're able to have conversations, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay then. So I see people on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a great time. All right. Let's move on now. So last week we began a new series on Friday. Benin people, I love you, eh? We began a new series on Friday talking about what led to the war, and we read a few books just trying to understand, because I think a lot of times what happens to us most times is that we are wondering, we talk about what happened, this thing happened, that thing happened, and we're angry, but we never really ask the root cause. There's something called root cause analysis. And when you understand it, it helps you a lot. And I'll tell you why I do this. Because if you understand root cause analysis, you will see the benefit of history or studying history. Like I always say, someone's asking me on YouTube right now, why are you doing all of these things? The purpose of this is that, you see, history, believe it or not, can guide you into your future. Because when you study what happened, you see the mistakes made in the past, not so that you can castigate the elders, but so you can learn from the errors, and then you don't repeat their mistakes. And that's where you give yourself a better chance at life. The mistake that people make with, I don't want to hear that part of history, is because you're not ready to face the truth, and that means that you're going to repeat the mistakes. For instance, there are people rewriting Yoruba history and insulting Yoruba people and saying all kinds of things and moving mad, I would say. It's because they don't know history. Because in 66, the same thing happened, where people were insulting people in their own home, and it was Igbo people insulting Northerners in Kano and Kaduna, and something happened based on that. Now, when I read that, there are two things I'm doing. Number one, if I'm able to get across to you, you're from the Southeast, that would be wonderful, but I'm not banking on it. But if I do get across to you, the point would be that this is what my people did back then. I'm not going to repeat that mistake, so I don't have the same repercussions, right? But for the other part, it will be that if in case this person decides not to change, at least understand what has happened in the past and then get it, so that you understand that sometimes the person who is saying, he beat me. I don't know if you have kids, like when they were younger, you have most times the youngest one, or the younger one if there are two. It could hit the older one and they run to you. Maybe that one, he's been eating him over and over again. That one just does something. Then starts crying. Sorry, let me just mute somebody. See, I'm in a good mood today. Don't pee. Where did you get that name from? You can't be a Don unless you are Don of fools. But let me mute for 5 minutes. Maybe you get wisdom in 5 minutes. I'm not banking on that, Sha, but you never know. I was born. I was about to sing Sam Cooke song. Anyway, where was I? Oh gosh. If the younger one, or in most cases the younger one or the youngest child will beat the older one, and then over and over again that one will do something, then they'll cry to you and they'll come to you and say, Daddy. Then you will feel like you see the tears. You see, the pain, and you're like, like you want to, stand up for you don't know that the person who is crying is actually the one who caused the wahala. And that's what we understand from studying Nigeria's history. To be honest, the loudest voices who claim to be victims in many, and I'm not saying they've never been victims, please try and understand. I'm not saying they've never been victims. I'm just saying that when you hear the tears, the cries, and you see the tears, you will not be able to believe that the person you're looking at is actually an aggressor in many instances. And I said something in the video I put out last weekend. I said, if I say to you that when I say these things, what I'm actually trying to prove is that you are human. In other words, you are susceptible to being hurt, but you're also capable of hurting others, it doesn't make you a villain. It just makes you real, like you're a human being. This thing of, I know if you do anything, just they beat me, it makes the rest of us now look like demons, because you're trying to take advantage of our ignorance. But now we know. And you may not like it, but what to do now is not to pray that we should go back to becoming ignorant. What you should do now is to grow up and take your place as a human being and say, you know what, I feel messed up. Maybe I messed up in that one. It happened. That's it. Don't try to change the past. It happened. Just learn from it and move on. Having said that, when I get to the topic of today, the war. Now, one of the topics that have been discussed over and over again in Nigeria is the war. However, here's the sad part. It's been discussed from only one perspective. When we talk about the war, if I mention the war right now, the first group of people you think about is, what, the Igbo suffered. Did they suffer? Yes. But all the books we've read, well, most of the books we read, especially fiction, just about every single fiction that's been written about the war has taken things from the Igbo perspective. You know that? Just about every single one of them. It's always how people were hurt in that place or what they went through while they were there. And while that is, is the reality or the experience, it's also important to begin to ask questions like, so what led to this thing? And then what happened based on this thing? And how can we learn from it? So we started doing something last week talking about the things that led to the war. And we started with a foundational issue, which is the structure of Nigeria. And I remember saying that if there's any primary thing, there are two primary things, actually, if I can use that phrase, that led to the war in Nigeria. And when I said the war, of course, I'm talking about the Civil War of 1967 to 1970. By the way, it was for 30 months. Somebody said it was for 30 solid years. We were fighting them. We beat them. Like, they now beat us. Oh, sorry. It was for 30 months. But terrible event, some that should never happen again. If people learn, but people are not learning. That's the sad part. I'm trying to find my notes. I can't find it, but let's just go on. I think I have it in my head. Don't worry, let's go on. So we're talking about the Civil War. The primary issue was actually the structure of Nigeria. When Nigeria was created, strange bedfellows were put together and left in the same nation to look for how to survive. That act alone is inimical to growth. In other words, there's no structure. There's no structure for growth. There's no order that allows people to actually be themselves. You have to constantly question your own identity. Even today, you can't say you are Yoruba. In some cases, they'll say you're a bigot. Like, you can't say, I achieved this and I'm a Yoruba person. Why are you not Nigerian? Why am I not African? Why am I not a citizen of the world? I should be able to say I am Yoruba without feeling that kind of thing. So the structure that we have already laid the groundwork for suspicion, and then people will make certain moves and you can tell. And then in some cases it's suspicion. In some other cases it's actually domination. And speaking about domination, one of the rhetorics that we've heard in the last many years in Nigeria is that the North wants to dominate Nigeria. They want to Islamize Nigeria. We've heard that over and over again. It's so, it's everywhere. But there's another story of domination that people don't talk a lot about. And I'll say this, I think it's more dangerous than even the Northern one. If it exists, this one is more dangerous. It's more dangerous because it's innocuous. It's not in your face. It's not ubiquitous, like you can see it everywhere. It's hiding in plain sight. And when I say hiding in plain sight, it's not because it's like nobody can see at all. It's because it's said in public spaces, but you don't take it seriously. And I'm not saying people now are doing it, but I'm saying that I'm not saying people today are necessarily trying to recreate it, even if some people may be trying to. But I'm saying that those statements and those actions also led to the war. And the same I'm saying, for instance, is that in 1945, Charles Oyema had made a statement. He was in the Legislative Council in Lagos, and he made a statement saying that the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. Now, that statement led to riots in the North because of what it is. When you start saying things like you're going to dominate everybody, people talk a lot about the interview that the Sardauna granted in 1964 to the BBC, where he talked about, the Igbo man trying to become something. And the first time I heard it, I was like, so what? why shouldn't they want to aspire to be something? Until I discovered that sometimes that aspiration, that ambition could also have with it the ability to do anything just to get ahead. And also that as I grew older, then I discovered that this man was actually doing what was right for his own people. He owes his people. For instance, the Sadana doesn't owe me nothing. Right? Well, respect, Sha, but it doesn't have to send me to school, it doesn't have to give us free education, it doesn't have to give us jobs in the north. If we got anything, there should be by privilege, not by right. And this is the mindset I think a lot of people need to have in this Nigeria, where whenever you get something, you have to resist the urge to assume that you got it by right, especially if it's outside your space. You know why? Because most people don't even get that same treatment in your space when they come from outside. So all this thing about, oh, you know, I have a right, boy, if they slap you, go get left. The truth of the matter is that many of the things that we get outside of our spaces, we get by privilege. I'm not saying all, but I'm saying many. Interestingly, even citizenship is a privilege, but sorry, oh. So I'm seeing something on my TikTok, I don't really get it. All right, so even citizenship is a privilege of some sort. Having said that, when this statement began to get into the public space, the Igbo domination, then people started seeing it manifest. They started asking questions. It was in 1945. Spread all the way into, later in the 40s with the speech by Azikiwe in 1949, when he said that the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo race to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. I'm quoting him verbatim. This was published. Not only did he give this as a speech at Aba in 1949, he also published it in West African Pilot in September of 1949. And so we have the document. So people have been hearing these things, right? You're special, you're better, you're master race, but they can't correlate it with your history, but now waiting the talk. So okay, you don't need to like his content, it doesn't stop the truth. Oh, thank you, BMS Wisdom. Oh, they are bullying me, I don't even know they are there. That's the funny thing. I don't even know they are there. They just don't they come and say my brother or my I don't know whether you're a man or woman, but thank you very much for that. People say having this thing about what's up with these guys who are always talking about domination. Now, of course, they're taking advantage of being, of traveling out. I don't want to go into that part because again, I don't want to hurt Ekenzi. But generally speaking, we already talked about how the Igbos moved out of the eastern region. We talked about in the last sessions that we had how Majid Param wrote in the Listener of 20th October 1960 when he said the Igbo need unity. How Enaoro said in a speech in 1968 that the Igbo need Nigeria because that's the only country they have known. In other words, the idea of structure, statecraft, kingdoms, empires is actually foreign in that space. And so now that you have, Nigeria, you always have this rhetoric over and over again. It's about domination, Igbo domination. And of course, in 1950, we have the speech at the parliament when the Eastern representative said they considered Lagos a no man's land. Now, all of these things, of course, if you've been here before, I've read the sources out, but I'm just, moving on because of time. Anyway, so this has always been brewing in the background. Fast forward to 1959, we had the coalition between NPC, Northern People's Congress, and NCNC of Azikiwe, and then they had power. By 1964, they began to have constitutional crisis. That constitutional crisis, of course, led to what some writers have called like a house arrest of sort that was imposed by the Tafawa Balewa government on Azikiwe. Eventually, they had to form government, but while the crisis was on, there is a statement from a document. Let me share with you a book. No, it's not. You know what? It's an article. It's a long series, but you can find it online. It's called The Forgotten Documents. We're going to do a session on it after all of this. I'm going to do a session on it. It's written by Odia Femom. The Forgotten Documents. The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War. I asked you a simple question, my Jamie Foxx account. I didn't see your question. Or maybe now my moderator block you. But I beg, when you ask question too, please use the right tone. These little things matter. Thank you for understanding. I don't mind you asking questions, but there are some questions that even you know that they try enter person, but All right, so the forgotten document of the Nigerian Civil War by Obafemi. We're going to have a session on that later, but you see some of these things in there. Then eventually, you have a case where, please, let's power tap. If you're on TikTok, let's get this to 100K, please. Thank you very much. If you're on YouTube, please share the live. If you're on Facebook as well, please share the live. Thank you very much for joining us. So let's continue. And so while all this was going on, Ojukwu planned the coup. A lot of people don't know about it. I put a video on my YouTube. Insults Lopoju, just insulting me for like, you should be thanking me. I'm sharing this thing. You're insulting me. Ojukwu planned a coup, 1964, that was reported to General Foster by David Ejo and Yakubu Gowon, just like Yakubu Gowon had, reported into Welby Everett, according to Frederick Forsyth in his book Emeka. And so when you put all these things together, all these things were already happening, up until 64. And then there was crisis in the West in 62. Papa was sent to prison in 63. If you've been here, you know what I mean by Papa. So was sent to prison. That was Papa Awolowo. Was sent to prison in 63. Crisis 64. Operation Wettier 65. But this is where I'm going. A lot of people have said things like someone even wrote it in my video that it was Operation Wettier. Oh, thank you, sir. BMS Wisdom. You're not retired. Wow. Thank you, sir. 60s. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I like it when elders can at least corroborate what I'm saying, because how old am I? I'm young. I'm not that young, sir, but I'm not old at all. So thank you very much for that BMS Wisdom. I really appreciate it. So back to what I was saying. A lot of people have spread this idea that it was the issue that happened in Western region that led to the coup. It is not true. I mentioned some books the last time I spoke about it. I don't want to say, I want to try and reduce, talking about books that are just full of propaganda, because I don't want to demarcate any book, but I'll still demarcate some, because like there was a country, for instance, that one, I like Fulham. Anyway, people say things like it was a crisis in the West that led to it. But when you read the Special Branch Report of 1966, April, you discover that they started planning the coup in August of 1965. And contrary to popular opinion or public opinion or whatever, contrary to what we all believe, it wasn't Zogu that planned the coup. Again, I'm trying to connect what we did last week to the new thing we're doing now. So if you were here all the while and you've heard some of these things before, please stay with me. Stay with me. Sorry, you are all I need. All right. Of 65. Therefore, it's not possible to say it was Operation Wettier that made them plan the coup. The best you can say is that Operation Wettier was a catalyst, right? And a writer was John Desenjo. He called it a catalytic event, right? And so what happened is in 66, January 15, the coup was staged. We're trying to get to what led to the war. The coup was staged, and then Ironsi became head of state. And there's actually seen a pattern. And what we notice is the fact that it appeared that all this thing was planned, was a plan. And I remember I said this when we're discussing why we're struck by Adewale Ademoyega. Anytime I say something like this, in many cases, a lot of people will say things like, go and read Adewale Ademoyega. He did it because of this, because of that. I read the book, it's not there. So again, if anybody tells you that go and read Adewale Ademoyega, they are saying it because of two things. Number one is Yoruba. Number two, he wrote about the war. It's not because of anything he said, because he didn't say most of those things he said. Anyway, the point is, Ironsi showed that the entire stuff was designed to achieve the dream of Charles Onyema. What was the dream of Charles Onyema? The one he said in 1945, the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. So when Ironsi started moving, people started putting two and two together, like, listen, this guy, you are there in 3 months, you promoted 18 Igbos from lieutenant colonel to major in 3 months, right? Now I'm going to start reading from this book. So I'll be reading from, I was reading a book now. 1 second, guys. I'm going to read from Adewale Ademoyega's book, that book, then I'll go to an oral speech in the one he gave in 1968. So let's start with Adewale Ademoyega. It says, by the way, if you have the book is called Why We Struck. If you don't have it, if you have it, I'm reading page 157. It says, if the truth must be spoken, Ironsi had implicit faith in his own type of Nigerians, the non-revolutionary and the reactionary type of Easterners and Midwest Igbos. Therefore, as soon as he had taken over the reins of power, he promoted more than a dozen and a half of them from major to lieutenant. Sorry, I took it the other way. I said lieutenant colonel to major. I meant major to lieutenant colonel. From major to lieutenant colonel, and gave them all the senior and sensitive positions in the Army and Air Force. Apart from these, only 3 others were promoted from major to lieutenant colonel, and those 3 were Northerners. Their promotion stemmed from the guilt of Ironsi and his ill-conceived notion of placating the Northerners, but in so promoting the Northern officers, he jumped over the heads of 5 Yoruba officers whom he did not care for, thus giving people the impression that the coup was designed and executed to achieve and promote Igbo domination of Nigeria. By the way, if you are Igbo and you recommend this book, please try and read it before you recommend it. It's not what you think it is. It has some good stuff, but please, it's important for us to know when we're saying, go and read that book, go and read that book. Maybe what do you think they say? No, they're there. But here's the point. So here, he's mentioning how it looks like everything was about Igbo domination, but guess what? It's just Ademoyega now. Let's look at another source. So now I'm going to read something from Enaro. He gave this speech on 12th August 1968 at Addis Ababa. It says here, the opportunities of January 15 were misused in several ways by the Ironsi regime in the month that followed. For a while, every Nigerian hoped that the country would go on to achieve greater progress in its developments generally. Unfortunately, General Ironsi allowed matters to be taken out of his hands by prominent Igbo leaders in the army, in the public service, and in public life. Affairs in the public service and the armed forces appeared to lend color to the impression that the coup of January 15 was designed to install Igbos in positions of power. Out of 21 promotions in the army in April 1966, for example, 18 were Igbo officers, exactly what Ademoyega said. Right? Like I always say, I try to use multiple sources for certain claims, for many claims, as a matter of fact, because I think it helps us to establish the truth. So when I just running with what something, say, it's just because I like it. No, it's because it's research, right? So he says, out of 21 promotions in the army in April 1966, for example, 18 were Igbo officers. General Ironsi drew his principal advisors from the Igbo ethnic group. Ethnic groups tend to be chauvinistic, but the Igbos were the most militantly chauvinistic, and this naturally created apprehensions in the minds of the others. And so this is the kind of thing that we had after Ironsi became head of state. His cabinet was a bit over 40% were Igbo. His advisors, top advisors, were all Igbos. And so people were looking, people were seeing it. By the way, they didn't do anything. Some writers like now even said that they adopted an attitude of wait and see. They were not fighting anybody, they were just watching. So for instance, they watched the coup happen. They saw their leaders unalive. And I've said this several times. If you were here last week, I said that when the coup took place, January 15, people were happy. I didn't see your question, Kenny. Please write it again. Thanks. People were actually happy. They heaved a sigh of relief that, Nigeria will be better now. Yeah, what next? Which is why I tell people that are looking for Traore in Nigeria, you will not find him in Jesus' name. We'll never have it in the name of Jesus, because Tom 313, 18 of 21 is not 40%. You're not listening to me. I said his cabinet was over 40%. But that's different from the promotion. Those are two different things. The promotion, of course, is not 40%. It's almost what's 18 over 21 times 100. That would be 6 over 7. 600 over 7. What's 7 in 60? 8. So that's over 80%. 840, 740 will be 4. That's 84 point something percent. I'm not talking about that one. So the promotion is over 80%. I'm talking about his cabinet was more than 40% Igbos. But moving away from there, Oh boy, I was trying to say something. Yeah, so people they adopted a wait and see attitude. They didn't really do anything, because if you go back and see what happened, so for instance, the Sardauna was unalived, all these people were unalived. Again, you don't find anybody from the east, any prominent person from the east unalived. And let me quickly say something. People say things like, all the people they killed were, what's his name? Awolowo's, I'm sorry, Papa's, Awolowo's enemies. No. They killed officers. They killed Memalari. They killed Ademulegun. They killed Shodende, Kerr Mohammed, Pam, Lagema. They killed officers. And I've said it several times. If Adebayo was around, they would have killed him. If Adekunle Faji was around, they would have killed him. If Obafemi Awolowo was around, they would have killed him. They killed every senior officer that could pose a threat. Before Ironsi came to power, which ethnic group dominated the officer corps of army? The Igbos now. The Igbos now. But you see, when they took over power, people were expecting change. So everybody was like, this will be better. But it turns out that there was another plan. And I did this last week. I'm not going to go into all of the details again, but you have to recreate the events. And by the time we're done, if you remember last week, we used about, I thought it was a dozen. I went to think about it. It was about 18 books or 18 sources to recreate that event, to understand the fact that it was Igbo coup, and this is to Kenny, it was Igbo coup not because the planners were mostly Igbos. It was Igbo coup because of the plan itself. And please, when I talk about the plan, please don't mention this book. This is a plan of a revolutionary. Nzogwa, the plan of the revolutionary. I don't believe Ifajuna, Okafor, and OG had any revolutionary thinking at all. I think they just wanted to achieve the vision of Charles Oyema. And I talked about this last week. I think you can still remember, so let me not go back into all of those things. But if I have to just, I will say this. Thank you very much, Mr. Felix. Now, if I have to just say it a little, let me say it this way. I think it's going to help the conversation, because we're like, oh, they hated us. They don't hate you. So let me explain. When you read the interview that Zogu granted Dennis Ejindu, and you find it in this book by J. Ishawa Eligo. The book is called Go On, the biography of a soldier statesman. But I think I even find it online. You should be able to find it online, but it's in that book by J. Eligo. He mentioned that there was no tribal consideration in the north, but in the south there was tribal consideration. And when he said in the south, you know exactly what I was talking about, because what was supposed to happen in Ibadan happened. They even did more than they were supposed to do. But in the east, nothing happened. Only for us to read the special branch report of 1966 and discover that there was not supposed to be anything happening in the east. If you read any document that tell you that someone was surrounded, e.g. Frederick Forsyth, is a lie. It's a lie. They even said nothing was supposed to happen in the east. Where do I get this thing I'm saying? It's from a document called the Special Branch Report. If you belong to our Telegram channel, Redomi Global, you will find that document there. I put it there last week. The Special Branch Report. At least it's a part of it, like an excerpt. So by the way, if you don't belong to that group, let me just type it so you can just join. It's on Telegram. Please stay with me. I'm trying to write it out. So that's it on TikTok. And for folks on YouTube, here it is. Okay, I'm just gonna pin this on TikTok. Oh, sorry, on YouTube. But TikTok, that's Israel Omi Global. So please join. You'll find the document there. Philip Asiodu said that the top civil service were Igbos, therefore Ironsi inherited that. Ironsi did not inherit cabinet. I'm not saying, I'm mentioning cabinet, Oga. Cabinet. We all know the truth. I'm not talking about civil service. We'll talk about the civil service. Gosh. Man, there's so many things to talk about in this Nigeria. We'll talk about the civil service soon. But here's the point. You read the Special Branch Report, they had no plans for the East. which means that they just lie to everybody. That's number one. Number two, you read Bengbule's book, Nigerian's Five Majors, and then you discover what he said about what Okafor and OG did. He said what they did was an act of treachery that nobody envisaged. And what he was talking about was the fact that they shielded Ironsi. And then you read the book by Hilary Njoku. The book is called A Tragedy Without Heroes. And then you see what Ironsi said in the room when he said, oh, but they said they were not going to kill anybody. But they said nobody would die. While he was saying that, he was asking for, people that they should bring to him. Two of the people he said they should bring to him, two of them were the original coup planners, Ifajuna and Oji. So, like, you begin to say, okay, what's happening here? You read Gowon's book, for the book about Gowon's biography. He mentioned what Ironsi told him the day before, which made him know that Ironsi knew about it. Then you move away from all of that and you read the book by Shehu Shagari. The book is called Beckon to Serve. And then you see what happened when they couldn't find a prime minister. They said they wanted Tip Charima to become the prime minister. They went to, and this is not just about Ironsi, by the way. You know why? If you read the branch report, they mentioned that they did this thing with the collaboration of civilians. There were civilians involved, and I can assure you those civilians were in NCNC. How do I know? Because of what happened. I'm not going to go back and read everything, but let me just, remind you, if you were here last week, talk about what happened in the book Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari, where he mentioned that when they couldn't find the prime minister and they needed to meet, and by the way, he was corroborated by another person at a different occasion in year 2000. The man is called Chief Sir Richard Akinjide, who mentioned something similar, that they went to Orizu's house. Orizu was the Senate president. He was also the acting president in the absence of the president, who was conveniently away from Nigeria. Tell me about somebody who knew what was going to happen before he ran away. Baba jackpot to the point that even his own doctor left him where he went. Even his people, his aide-de-camp, his PA left him and traveled to Nigeria, but Baba just stayed abroad because he knew what was happening. And I knew Azikwe was in on it. Not that he knew about it, he was in on it. And I say that based on the facts available. I'm just going to share some of it before we go to the topic. So Azikwe was away, Orizu was the Senate president and the acting president. They brought the Charima team and said, listen, this man should be the acting prime minister. Why? Because it's the most senior minister or person in public office, really, from the north. And the north, of course, had the majority seats in parliament. So, but they needed the Senate president, or sorry, the acting president, to appoint him as a substantive prime minister, or even just acting prime minister. While they were doing that, the NCNC said, guys, we also have who want to make our own prime minister, which makes no sense. Why doesn't it make any sense? Because the president was Igbo. The Senate president was Igbo. The GOC was Igbo. Why would the prime minister be Igbo? Especially when the party of the supposed prime minister is not even the majority party in the parliament. So NCNC had a plan all along, and then they wanted to have Mbadiwe to become prime minister. And of course, NPC people said no because they were the majority guys. Then Orizu said, you guys just go, we'll talk about it later. No, before he even said they should go, they will talk about it later. While they were having that conversation, Ironsi comes along, comes into the house, has soldiers staying in the living room with these politicians, and according to Shehu Shagari, they were armed. And while they were there, Orizu was in the room with Ironsi for 40 minutes. I can assure you they were not discussing, Roman Empire history. They were talking about whatever they were talking about because of what happened afterwards. What happened afterwards was that when they came out, Ironsi had a tete-a-tete with Dip Charima, and then he left. Orizu told them that we're not going to make Dip Charima the prime minister or acting prime minister. I'm going to talk to the president who is away. He didn't have to talk to the president, but he said he was going to talk to the president. This. Just go. We'll talk about it later. The next day, on the 16th of January, the day after the coup. By the way, this is on the day of the coup. The day after the coup, on the 16th of January, Ironsi calls everybody at 6:30 p.m. They meet, to have conversation about, the cabinet. The cabinet actually, they met, and he told them exactly what he wanted to do. He was going to take over power. And one was reminded that the British could offer help because they've already contacted the British. They were willing to help Nigeria. Let's work with them. Ironsi said, "Oh, it's too late. My boys are already asking me to become head of state in one day." And that's why I said, when you look at the coup, it was a 2FA thing. It was a two-factor authentication process. If the civilian did not work, the military would work. And so since the people did not agree to have Mbadiwe as the prime minister, of course, it made sense that Ironsi would become the prime minister. That's how I begin to see that, okay, oh boy. Apart from the fact that all the people that were unalived, no major person from the east was unalive. Nothing happened to anybody. And by the way, every single person in the east that was supposed to be killed had an excuse. I don't know how they did it, but everybody had to. Even in Ironsi, in the book by Bengbule, he mentioned that it was too much of a coincidence. These were his words. It was too much of a coincidence that while Oji and Okafor were driving to Ironsi's house, Ironsi was driving out of that house, like Oga Hafa. I know that yesterday you said that nobody must touch him. So I already know that, Abba. Anyway, the planners were mostly Igbos, but that's not what makes it an Igbo coup. But the victims were all but Igbo people. The beneficiaries were mostly Igbo. And the way it worked, the way they structured it, to not make matters worse, this is the nail that I think, saved the coffin. 11:50 p.m. on January 16, Orizu decided to, give a speech broadcast about how they were going to hand over power. I think I read that speech last week. Immediately after him, Ironsi, accepted power. Like they just lied to themselves, say it was voluntary transfer of power. Akinjide said it was not voluntary because he told them you could hand over as gentlemen or we can do it the hard way. Shehu Shagari said the place was surrounded by soldiers and they were armed. What else do you expect them to do? He also said that Ironsi and this guy, Mbadiwe, were crying. So Ironsi was crying like, I don't know about politics. I don't know about politics. I don't really have an idea. And just like Mbadiwe was saying, where's the prime minister? He went to be prime minister on 15 January. You're now crying on 16 January that where is the prime minister? It's just all planned work. To not make matters worse, this is the craziest part. All of this happened in the evening around 6:30 p.m. up until past 9. The speech was given at 11:30 p.m. Sorry, 11:50 p.m. 10 minutes to 12 midnight. But earlier in the day, the president of Nigeria, Azikiwe, who was in Surrey in England, made a speech acknowledging that Ironsi was the general officer commanding of the Nigerian Armed Forces, essentially acknowledging him as the head of state long before they made that declaration in Nigeria. You don't think this is not about he knew about it. This was about it was part of the plan. It was in on it. And yes, that's how Ironsi became head of state. But was that the reason for the war? No. After that happened, people were happy. They heaved the sigh of relief that maybe something good is going to happen. And like I said earlier, a lot of people do this thing with, we just want military, we want to have Traore. Listen, I've seen Buhari as head of state, IBB as head of state, Abacha as head of state. What's the last person's name? Absalam Abubakar as head of state. Those four, at least I saw those last four. Listen, in case they've told you that was the best time, it's a lie. There's nothing really cool about it. We saw something, it's called far. You know what they call seeing far? You saw far. We suffered. Things were tough. What you think will happen because of military may not happen. You may just discover that the military is actually worse than the people you are trying to remove. So what did they say? If, for instance, you read the speech by Nzogu, which I'm not going to read, one of the things he said, Gaddafi and Co., what are your chances? What's the probability you're going to get Gaddafi? That's the issue. What's the probability you're going to get a Gaddafi? And how many times have you tried it? And how many times have you gotten anything close to Gaddafi? Nigerians have to disabuse their minds from looking for messiahs. You don't need messiahs, you need systems. You don't need a benevolent dictator. You need systems that work. You need structure. You create structure that works, not to be looking for a messiah. All this messiah is another savior. Nah, lie. But they will soon disappoint you. It's just the way of man. Just a question. Do you know who George Oyinge is? Is he Oyinge? I know a judge that I've seen his content, but I don't know if he's the one you're talking about. But I've seen a judge before. So please, all this military thing, what you do as a people is, when we talk about, we're going back to the book very soon. When we talk about saner climes, what makes them better than us is that they have better systems. They have better systems. Their systems work. And the systems we are enjoying, if you live in Europe or you live in the UK or you live in the US, that system took decades, centuries to build. What we are running away from as Nigerians is system building. We want ready-made. We just want one person just come and just cut everything, and just turn it around, and you're like, it's a miracle. Nobody like that. It's not like that. People build systems. We enjoy the system, but we have to learn how to build it. All right, back to this now. So while everybody's explaining that, we don't like what's happening. For instance, I was saying earlier, if you read the speech by Nzogo, he said they're having this in order to remove nepotism and corruption, and those who collect 10% and those who make the nation big for nothing. These were his words from his speech. For somebody who wants to remove nepotism, by the way, I always say this, I like to make that point. Nzogu was a revolutionary. Adewale Ademega was a revolutionary. They just wanted to change Nigeria, but they're very naive. Because while they were doing all those things, fighting to change Nigeria and remove nepotism, guess what the Oga was doing? Let me read to you. I read it earlier. I'm going to read it one more time. If the truth must be spoken, this is Adewale Ademega talking about Ironsi. If the truth must be spoken, Ironsi had implicit faith in his own type of Nigerians. Who are his types? Who are his type? Or who was his type? Oyinbo. Ironsi had implicit faith in his own type of Nigerians, who, the non-revolutionary and the reactionary type of Easterners and Midwest Igbos. Therefore, as soon as he had taken over the reins of power, he promoted more than 12 of them from major to lieutenant colonel. 18 people at a go. 5 Yoruba guys, they are bypassed. But it's not new. This was in 66. It already happened in 64 in the civil service. But that's talk for another day. Let's stick to the topic. So, people were looking at Ironsi like, I say, this guy is not taking advantage of this thing. He's not really changing anything. What he's doing really is to just install his own people. And it's something I learned interestingly from my brother. Years ago, he had studied international relations. So he came on one of those days and he said to me, he was talking about the concept of thesis, antithesis and synthesis. And I think it's one of the most brilliant conversations we've ever had. This was years ago. You see, this is what usually happens. There's a synthesis. There's a thesis. There's an idea. This is the idea. It's a thesis. You create an antithesis. You speak against the idea. Oh, they are bad people. All these politicians. No, nepotism. Oh, corruption. Terrible human beings. Just insult everybody. That's your antithesis. Like, this is how it should be. We have a better way of making things work. This is not good. Then when they get into power, there's synthesis. Synthesis basically is that you now bring everything back to the same point where you become what you've been criticizing. Essentially, what you see with Ironsi is that what they were speaking against was what they became. I don't even think that's what they became. I think that's what they were all along. And people were watching. Now let's go back to the speech by Enahoro. It says, although public inquiries were instituted into the conduct of certain public officers, some of these men remained in positions of power. The public was disenchanted. In the army itself, there was growing resentment. By the way, if you're on TikTok and you want to be part of the conversation, much later we want to bring people up. You can maybe you call on Telegram or something. We'll come up with a plan. So just to say that in case you want to be part of the conversation, but that will be much later though. Thank you very much for being here. I hope you're enjoying yourselves and I hope we're all learning. So back to this. It says, again, I'm reading an hour speech at Addis Ababa, 12th August 1968. Please share the live, like the live if you're on TikTok. Let's get this to 100K, please. Thank you very much. We're at 53.4 now, which is good. So let's take it up. Maybe we should get to 70 first and then we'll scale. So please, power tap, share the live. Thank you very much. Okay, now I have to change my audio source, so please give me a second. All right, thank you for staying tuned. Let's get back into it. So I'm reading an oral speech, 1968, 12th August. This speech was delivered at Addis Ababa. Before we continue, please, if you're on TikTok, you really have to partner, please. This thing is showing inactivity. I can't speak until we do that because I have to move some things around and I really need your help. So please, if you're on TikTok, kindly partner. If you're on YouTube, please share the live. Let's invite more people to be part of this. Thank you very much for being here. So please, on TikTok, power tap, I beg. Don't let this thing go off. Oh, shoot. Oh, boy. Please power the tap. By the way, if you're on YouTube and you're hearing the word power tap for the first time, it just means you repeatedly, click on your device. So please do that. Thank you very much. So let's get back into this. It says the public was disenchanted in the army itself. There was growing resentment about officers killed in the January 15 coup. Non-Igbo officers and rank and file resented the killing of officers from their ethnic groups, while those from the Igbo ethnic group were spared. Major General Ironsi did little or nothing to answer this resentment, which rapidly became widespread in the army. There were continued reports that January 15, 1966 was inconclusive and that plans were afoot to complete the job by the liquidation of surviving senior non-Igbo army officers. So, even after what had happened, thank you very much for the 100 taps. Thank you. So even after all that had happened, people were still being threatened of being like they're going to kill them, they're going to unalive them. By the way, if you're on YouTube as well, the word unalive is just another way for saying kill on TikTok. So we have to use the word, interchangeably so that they don't ban the life. Anyway, let's continue. So people were hearing things like that. They're going to still, unalive people who were not Igbos, and it was a rumor, but people were already hearing it. The leaders of the opposition remained in prison, whereas it was freely said that some Yoruba army officers had participated in the coup expressly for the purpose of securing their release. I want to quickly stay on this thing for a while. I don't want to rush over it. Now, this statement has been made for a long time, but a lot of times we've never asked the question, when did we start hearing it? Thank you for the 150 taps. Thank you. When did we start hearing it? I'm going to read it slowly and I'm going to explain it. It says, the leaders of the opposition remained in prison, whereas it was freely said that some Yoruba army officers had participated in the coup expressly for the purpose of securing their release. Let me say this. The people who spread the idea that the coup was for the Yoruba, for the opposition leaders in prison, were actually Igbos. The coup was not organized. Let me put it this way. One of the people who planned the coup mentioned that they wanted to release the people from prison. And the person, of course, is Adewale Ademoyiga. He said we're going to release people like Awolowo, Omishade, Onitiri, and now those people, they're going to release them from prison. He said it. But like I said, when you read the special branch report, the original coup plotters, they said the whole idea was to have action in Lagos, Ibadan, and Kaduna, period. But they told people like Adewale Ademoyiga they're going to have something in Benin and Enugu as well. He believed them, I don't. The idea that something's going to happen in Calabar, they're going to release Awolowo, that was just something that maybe was told. You know when you want to do something, you will tell people what they need to hear to join you. Maybe that's what they told him. But they said, eventually, by the way, I keep saying it, the original planners of the coup were Ifajuna, Don Okafo, and Oji. Excuse me. Those were the three original planners. They brought in Chukwuka later. Then they brought in Anuforo. Anuforo brought in Nzogu. Nzogu brought in Ademoyiga, making 7. 2 captains, 5 majors. And in reality, they were not trying to help anybody. Because again, even if the plan was to release prisoners, how come nobody did anything? By the way, I have a letter that Papa wrote from prison. It's in his book, My March Through Prison. My March Through Prison. One of these is I'm going to. Should I read it now? Is it going to distract us from the conversation on the war? If you say no, I will not read it though. If you say yes, then I will read it. So, should I read it? What was the role of the Western world? I don't talk about the role of the Western world. I think it's a way for people not to take responsibility for their actions. Leave the West. People did what they did. It's important to take responsibility. The West did not tell anyone for a reason not to put Okay. Didn't tell anyone. Sorry, I'm carrying all the books from the stuff. The West is not telling one for reason not to do what he did. One for reason wanted to do what he did. Oh boy, thank God I brought this book out, shall. Alright, it's this one. I'm going to need this one. Sorry. People like to talk a lot about, oh, what did the West do? Okay. We will not grow if we keep doing that thing. Let me read something to you from Papa's letter. This book is called, don't mind the bookmarks. I don't believe the coup was to make our Prime Minister an authentic account. Thank you, Kenny. You are 1 in a billion. This is the book by Papa. So let me read to you the letter he wrote to Ironsi. So live witnesses lied at Oputa panel, but their book spoke truth. How come? No. Don't look at it like that. It's a wrong way of looking at it. If you read the book by Bengbile, for instance, what he wrote was what he was saying. You see, as far... Oh boy, this thing went off. Sorry. Oh. Okay, let me quickly answer that question. I'll go to the book. As far as this thing goes, right? People would... Sometimes it's difficult for people to hide their bias. I have bias towards, like, the fact. But some people have biases towards their ethnic groups. So I'll give an example. If you read the book by Bengbile, Nigerian 5 Majors, he kept mentioning that he'll put a panel. I read it in his book and I was like, why? Let me tell you what he said. He said, I asked them, who and who is in this school? And then they said, Adewale Ademoyega is Yoruba. I will explain something, just stay with me. And they now said, it looks like it's the Yoruba people that are using us for them. That is an afterthought. And it's absolutely ridiculous. And I'll tell you why. Number one, the original planners, he who is writing the book was not one of the planners, just to be clear. He was brought in much later and he was in the north. All those things that he wrote about Lagos, say Okotiebo was in this, he was not there. He was in the north. That's why I also tell people when they say things like, my father was alive. Your father was in a place. You have to piece things together to be able to reconstruct the past. Anyway, the point is this. He was saying that because he was trying to say that it wasn't Igbo. But it's not coming out to say it's not Igbo. It's just saying that we said, I hope the Yoruba are not using us. What are they trying to do? It's trying to take your eyes away from his ethnic group and focus on the Yoruba. Then he said, even the person who quelled the coup is an... They're trying to tell you that don't call it Igbo coup. Don't call it Igbo coup because... By the way, Ironsi did not quell the coup. Ironsi organized the coup within a coup. As a matter of fact, if you read the book by Sheikh Shagari, Beckon to Serve, Sheikh Shagari said what happened in the cabinet, what's that place called? In the building with the cabinet members was a coup. That is different from the coup that this guy is planned, that Ademoyega planned. Ademoyega did not even think of that kind of coup. Ironsi, what's his name? Sorry, Nzogu was not thinking of that kind of coup. What Ironsi did, Sheikh Shagari called it a coup. Forget the one that everybody is talking about, Nzogu. Nzogu, for instance, was not even the original person, but leave that one put on for one side. In reality, when you look at the way he moved, it was not stopping a coup. It was just executing his own coup within the bigger coup. That's one. Number two. Now let's go back to the book. In fact, number two, people will say things, but then your job as a person is to read different sources and be able to, it takes a while, to be honest. All these things take a while. you read here, you can get something from here and get something from there. Nobody is completely lying. Even the books that I don't like, and I've said this several times, I don't like There Was a Country, because propaganda take Boju. I don't like There Was a Country was by Achebe. I don't like the Biafran Story by Frederick Forsyth. Propaganda take Boju. But there's still some truth you'll find there. So it's that willingness to, sometimes you may want to puke, shall we just farada, and then you can piece it on later. Now let's go back to the letter that Papa wrote. This is 28th March 1966. The Supreme Commander and the head of the Federal, the Supreme Commander and head of the Federal Military, hey Jesus. Now the way they write that, sorry, now start again. Confidential, 28th March 1966, the Supreme Commander and head of the Federal Military Government, Lagos, through the Director of Prisons, Headquarters Office, Private Mailbag 12522, Lagos. Sir, prerogative of mercy. Section 101, subsection 1A of the Constitution of the Federation Act 1963. Number 1. I am writing this petition for free pardon under Section 101, subsection 1A of the Constitution of the Federation Act 1963 on behalf of myself and some of my colleagues whose names are set out in the annex hereto. Before I go further, I would like to stress that the reasons which I advance in support of this petition in my own behalf basically hold good for my said colleagues, for they share the same political beliefs with me and have intense and unquenchable loyalty for the ideals espoused by the party which I have the honor to lead. Guys, there's goosebumps all over my body. Just give me a couple of seconds to regroup my thoughts, man. I'm reading Papa's letter. There are many grounds which could be submitted for your consideration in support of this petition, but I venture to think that 7 of them are enough, and it is to these that I confine myself. Number 1. In the course of my evidence during my trial, I stated that as my party favored and was actively working for alliance with the NCNC as a means, among other things, of solving what I described as the problem of Nigeria and strengthening the unity of the Federation. In October 1963, that is about a month after my conviction, and while my appeal to the Supreme Court was still pending, a peace committee headed by the Chief Justice of the Federation, Sir Adetokunbo Ademola, made overtures to me through my friend Alhaji W.A. Elias, to the effect that if I abandoned my intention to enter into alliance with the NCNC, by the way, if you're Yoruba especially, please listen to this, shall you already seen the thing about, it's not even Nigerians, just listen. The idea that this man is speaking for his people and he's talking based on party loyalty to the ideals, loyalty to the ideals of the party. That one is crazy. Number 2, there's the part where people tell you like, I was in prison, how did this in prison? So the person who was supposedly plotting coup from prison, according to the nonsense they've been banding about in the last few months, this is what he wrote. And I'm sorry for stopping. I'm sorry because I'm trying to gather myself, but I think I should have to, just continue reading now. But this is long, shall. But we'll get there. Let's continue. I'll start from number 1 again. Number 1. In the course of my evidence during my trial, I stated that my party favored and was actively working for alliance with the NCNC as a means, among other things, of solving what I described as, quote, the problem of Nigeria, end quote, and strengthening the unity of the Federation. In October 1963, that is about a month after my conviction, and while my appeal to the Supreme Court was still pending, a peace committee headed by the Chief Justice of the Federation, Sir Adetokunbo Ademola, made overtures to me through my friend Alhaji W.A. Elias to the effect that if I abandoned my intention to enter into alliance with the NCNC, which according to the committee was an Igbo organization, and agreed to dissolve the action group and in cooperation with Chief Akintola, now deceased, form an all-embracing Yoruba political party, which I would lead, and which would go into alliance with the NPC. I would be released from prison before the end of that year. Have you ever heard these things before? Again, it's from this book. My March Through Prisons, Adventures in Power, Book 1. One day we'll do a series on the 2 books. There's Adventures in Power, Book 1. Then there's one in Book 2. One of these days we'll do a session on both books. But please stay with me. So apparently they had reached out to Papa that, listen, don't work with NCNC. They're an Igbo organization. If I ever meet Papa, let's say I meet him in heaven, I'll ask him, why did you just like to work with NCNC, despite what they did every single time you tried to work with them? That's what I'll ask him. Well, that's one of the questions. Hope you're still there. You just say hi. I just want to know that people are listening. Many people like say, are they alone? No. Are they happy? Everybody's there? Everybody's okay? All right, thank you. Okay, so my network is fine. Thank you. So let's continue. So they told him that he should start working in NCNC. Instead, he should work with, he should dissolve Action Group and together with Akintola form another party and then work with NPC. So they said, if I go into alliance with the NPC, I will be released from prison before the end of the year. I turned down these terms because I was of the considered opinion that the acceptance will further widen and exacerbate intertribal differences and gravely undermine the unity of the federation, or undermine the unity of the federation. Thank you very much, Tornado. Thank you. Today, the military government of which you are the head leaves no one in any doubt that it stands for Nigerian unity. But it must be emphasized in this connection that if I had prized my personal freedom above the unity of Nigeria, I would have been set free in 1963. In that event, this petition would not have been necessary, and the work of consolidating the unity of the country to which you and your colleagues now set your hands might have been made extremely more intractable and irksome. As recently as 20th December 1965, identical peace terms, the only variant being that the alliance with the NCNC, which was now a reality, should be broken, were made to me here in Calabar prison by a delegation representing another peace committee headed by the self-same Chief Justice of the Federation and purporting to have the blessing of the Prime Minister with the unequivocal promise that if I accepted the terms, my release would follow almost immediately. I rejected the terms for the reasons which I have outlined above. Number 2, one of the monsters which menace the public life of this country up to 14th January this year is opportunism, with its attendant evils of jobbery, venality, corruption, and unabashed self-interest. From all accounts, you are inflexibly resolved to destroy this monster. That was precisely what my colleagues and I had tried to do before we were rendered hors de combat since 29th May 1962. On 2 different occasions, I was offered first the post of Deputy Prime Minister before May 1962 and second 1962. If I would agree to fold up the opposition and the 2 offers because they were designed exclusively to gratify my self-interest, with no thought of fostering any political moral principle which could benefit the people of Nigeria. The learned judge who presided over the treasonable felony trial commented unfavorably on my non-acceptance of one of these posts and held that my action lent weight to the case of the prosecution against me. I must say, however, that in all conscience, I felt and still feel that a truly public-spirited person should accept public office not for what he can get for himself, such as the profit and glamour of office, but for the opportunity which it offers him of serving his people to the best of his ability by promoting their welfare and happiness. To me, the 2 aforementioned posts were sinecures and were intended to immobilize my talents and stultify the role of watchdog, which the people of Nigeria looked upon me to play on their behalf at that juncture in our political evolution. Number 3. This leads me to the 3rd ground. From newspaper reports, it would appear that you and your colleagues, like all well-meaning Nigerians, are anxious that on the termination of the present military rule, Nigeria should become a flourishing democracy. Now, Democracy is a political doctrine which is very intimately dear to my heart. It was to the end that it might be accepted as a way of life in all parts of the Federation that I campaigned most vigorously and relentlessly in the northern provinces of Nigeria from 1957 to 1962. To the implacable annoyance of some of my political adversaries, it was to the end that this doctrine might survive the severe onslaught of opportunist and mercenary politics that I refused to succumb to the temptation of the national government. This thing is long. You know, we're going to have a full session on it. Let me just jump to the part where, so you mentioned the people. Let me jump to the end. It's long, but we'll go deeper into it some other time. Let me just get into the last portion. In view of the foregoing reasons, which clearly demonstrate, one, that I have always and under trying circumstances steadfastly and unyieldingly stood for the unity of Nigeria, A. B. Been opposed to political opportunism with its attendant evils, C. Fostered the growth of democracy in Nigeria. Then that my incarceration, A, has led to the heightening of political tension among Nigerians, which tension can only be relaxed by my release. B, has deprived our fatherland of invaluable services such as we have rendered before and can still render now and in future in greater measure. And 3, that the evils which my colleagues and I condemned and valiantly refused to compromise with in the old civilian government are what you now quite rightly denounce and are taking active steps to remove in order to pave way for national and beneficial reconstruction. I most sincerely appeal to you to be of good enough, I most sincerely appeal to you to be good enough to exercise in favor of myself and my colleagues the prerogative of mercy vested in you by Section 101, subsection 1A of the Constitution of the Federation Act 1963 by granting me as well as each of my colleagues a free pardon. If you do, your action will be most warmly, heartily, and popularly applauded at home and abroad, and you will go down to history as soldier, statesman, and humanitarian. Yours truly, Obafemi Awolowo. Come back to this. The kind of moves that were made in the First Republic. One of these is, I think we're going to do a session on the First Republic and why it ended or why it failed, and the Second Republic as well. I've been able to get a couple of books on those topics. I'm yet to read them, I must confess. So once I read them, we'll have sessions on them. It's just amazing the kind of things that those guys were doing. By the way, this is why Awolowo did not agree with Akintola. If you ever ask why, this is why. Akintola made Akintola had the idea of, let's just go there and also share the national cake, which is what politicians do, even today. But Awolowo was more about the people, not about himself. What's your question before we go on, please? So please ask your question so I can answer, then we can get back to an hour speech. I just wanted to read that because of the statement about releasing him from prison. Because even while he was there, an hour even said, let me go back to an hour speech. When I get a question, I'm going to stop and answer. It says here, the leaders of the opposition remained in prison, whereas it was freely said that some Yoruba army officers had participated in the coup expressly for the purpose of securing their release. Akintola caused the whole problem. No. It was part of it, but it didn't cause the problem. That's quite, no. It was part of it, but it did not cause, like. By the way, let me read to you the names of people that Papa added to this. He says, those convicted for treasonable felony. Number 1, those still serving their terms will be Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Chief Anthony Enaro, Mr. Lateef Keja Conde, Mr. Dakwaju Mishade, S.E. Onitiri, Gabi Shashore, Sunday Bitoma, V.I. Wabiala. Those who have already served their terms, S.A. Otubanjo, S.J. Omoren, S. Oyeshile. Those who have not yet been tried, S.J. Koku, Ayo Adebanjo, the same one, and James Aluko. Let me just read this part for you before I go back to that book. It says, Baba says, the Supreme Military Council considered my petition, but could not immediately grant my request. According to information which was later confirmed, it was feared that my release might create problems with which they might find it difficult to cope before they had properly settled down in office. The funny thing is that this excuse they gave, Gowon did not give it. Gowon got into power in July. By August, Papa was out of prison. And once he got to power in January, Papa wrote this letter in March. By July, nothing had happened. Let's go back to this book now. Have you asked the question? Okay, Nzogu and Ademega were involved in planning a revolutionary coup. How was Ironsi and Zik got invited? Okay, I think you flipped it. But Akintola had an alliance with the North, leaving his people behind. Fair enough. Not the alliance came after Papa was. Abi? What year is this? The alliance came later now. Action Group was broken after Papa went to prison. But yes, it was aligned with the North. You're right. So just quickly answer that question. So, Tom, I think the question, the first part of the question is what should have been in the beginning. So you said Adewale Ademoyiga and Ironsi and Zogo were part of the coup. How did Ironsi and Zik get involved? You should have flipped it. And to flip it to say that certain people planned the coup. How did Adewale Ademoyiga and Zogo get involved? That's the point. Because they started planning it before they were invited. How do we know this? Special branch report. Again, if you have not read it, there's an excerpt on Redomi Telegram channel, Redomi Global, REDOMI Global. Please check it. You see the document there. It's written there. The original planners, how the other people got involved. They started in August. These guys got involved in October. So they had their plans. They only brought these people in later. At what point did each of the other people get involved? I don't know the exact date, but I know they were involved. I know they were. That much I can tell. And I can tell because of the actions that they took afterwards. Shows that they knew everything. Or at least they knew enough to be part of it. All right. So let's get back to this. And they are too prepared to, it's a lie. All those things, just, you're right, go add up. All right, back to, oh boy. We'll finish this in one day, but let's go back to it. We have not talked about Ojukwu's ambition yet. What led to the war? That's what we're discussing. We'll get to Ojukwu's ambition later. So back to the book by Enaoro, the speech by Enaoro. In the North, after January 15, the people had adopted a wait-and-see attitude. In several parts, especially Kano, Katsina, and Zaria, some of the former ministers of the regional government had been molested and jeered at on their return to their provinces. But the situation changed because of measures introduced by the Ironsi government, which many Northerners believed were inimical to their interests. And because of the publicly provocative and taunting attitude of Igbo traders and workers living in the North, who paraded themselves as the new masters of Nigeria. So who were the original coup planners? Can you mention their names? I've mentioned their names several times today. Emmanuel Ifajina, Don Okafor, both majors, and then Captain Oji. That's the special branch report. They started planning it in August. They brought in Chukwuka. Then they brought in Anufro, making 5. Anufro brought in Nzogu. Nzogu brought in Adewale Ademoyiga. So you have 5 majors, and 2 captains. Nzogu was the leader of the coup in the north. He was the coordinator of the coup in the north. And he was also the one who broadcast a speech on Radio Kaduna. And he was also the one who granted the interview to BBC. That's why people think he was the original person. He was not. And by the way, he had better plans even than the other guys that planned the coup. Himself and Ademwega. Read his own plan. You'll find his plan inside Ademwega's book as well. Then you see Ademwega's plan inside the book as well. They just wanted to change things, but they were used. And I feel sorry for Nzogu because he was brilliant. He was the only one that was successful, by the way. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gift. Oh, Aderoyal, thank you, thank you. He was the only one that was successful, so that's something. And it's just a shame that, you know. By the way, he didn't die after the coup. I hope you remember. We'll talk about him much later. He was in prison, but they were paying his salary. All of them. And eventually he fought for Biafra and then he was killed in the war. Sadly. But would you believe if I told you that the federal government of Nigeria gave him full honors when they buried him? Just like they did for Ojukwu. That's why I say this. What the federal government of Nigeria has done to the Southeast in terms of, regardless of what you have done, you are still one of us. I think there's a mistake in it. Because now people look at Nigeria and just assume that everybody just dumb. We can do anything we like. There's nothing we can do about it. I like why it was done. I like the fact that it was done. And I respect and I applaud people like General Yakubu Gowon. But I think it makes people feel entitled. There's no sense of responsibility. There's no accountability. It's like you're rewarding bad behavior. There's no consequences for bad behavior. He fought on the side of Biafra for Ojukwu, who did not support his coup. Ojukwu supported his coup. It was like a tacit supporter. It wasn't in on it, but it wasn't against it. How do you know that? Sorry guys, I know we are moving away from it. Let me just read something to you from Adewale Ademega. Ojukwu was not in the coup, but was not against the coup. It was, but let me see if I can quickly find it. After this one, please, I won't answer any question for now, please. Because I would want to... Where is that thing? Ojukwu, as far as... give me a second. All right, I found it. It says Ojukwu was both crafty and selfish, and would neither give nor withhold his loyalty. So it's neither here nor there. So this is from Ademwega's book. Ojukwu was both crafty and selfish, and would neither give nor withhold his loyalty. He was running with the hare and chasing with the hounds. He was an opportunist who put himself above the safety of the nation. When at first Nzogu contacted him on the telephone, he was fully in agreement with the revolution. Soon after that, he was in touch with Ironsi, to whom he pledged his loyalty. After that, he was playing hide and seek with Nzogu, mainly biding his time. That's Ojukwu. 64, he planned the coup. 65, he said yes to the coup, but then he pledged to Ironsi. And we know this because I know this to be true because of what Nebu Graham Douglas wrote in his book about how Ojukwu was moving. Anyway, let's go back to our stuff now. God bless Ojukwu wherever he is. And now what is his opinions? That's not an hour. I just read Ademwega's book. That's not an hour. I'm reading like multiple books, so please keep up. Enaro did not say Ojukwu supported the coup. What did Enaro say? No, that's not Enaro now. This is Adewale Ademega, who was one of the guys. He said Nzogu called Ojukwu. Ojukwu said yes. But Nzogu eventually went to report. Sorry, as soon as Ironsi took power, Ojukwu went to pledge loyalty or fealty to Ironsi. So it was neither here nor there. That was not from Enaro. That was from one of the people that worked with them. And I know, I believe it because when you read Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas, the way Ojukwu they move with Ironsi and helping him to plan Decree number 34, I know he knew about everything. Again, we have to piece it together. Let's go back to the book by Anthony Enaro. So he says, where was I? This is the part that we don't really talk about. It says in several parts. I'm going to read. Sorry. It said people were jeering in several parts, especially Kano, Katsina, and Zaria. Some of the former ministers of the regional government had been molested and jeered at on their return to their provinces, but the situation soon changed because of measures introduced by the Ironsi government, which many Northerners believed were inimical to their interests. One. Number two, and because of the publicly provocative and taunting attitude of Igbo traders and workers living in the north, who paraded themselves as the new masters of Nigeria. All advice to the Ironsi government to rectify the situation was ignored. Major General Ironsi did nothing to remove the impression that the January 15 coup was part of an Igbo master plan to dominate the country. Well, could be lying now. Right? It could be lying now. Maybe he just doesn't like the Igbo people. He's just saying it. Okay, let's read another source. In fact, there are many sources for this thing. Let's just read two. There is one, but I can't carry book again. That book is the book is under is down below. Down below. So let me read the one that's closer to me here. I read this last week. I'm just going to read it one more time. Excuse me. It's Beacon to Serve. It says, Ironsi's task was not helped by the behavior of Igbo residents in the north. Since his assuming power, many of them had been loudly proclaiming the regime to be theirs, and even making a virtue of the January coup killings. This attitude quickly spread from offices and public institutions to places like motor terminals and markets. Some Igbo shopkeepers even took to displaying large-sized photographs which depicted Major Nzogu standing beside the body of the slain Ahmadu Bello, the former Northern Premier. Igbo people would draw the attention of the Northerners to the photographs and say of Nzogu, Shinemaganinku, in Hausa, he is the one who can knock sense into you. Some Igbo also took to public playing of gramophone record and called machine gun, whose celebratory lyrics of the January killings were interspersed with the sound of gunshots. Such unwarranted provocations naturally exacerbated the unease between Northerners and the Igbo. So when you compare this with an Enaro stuff, and you also see it in the Tragedy of Victory by Victor Alabe Sama, you know that what is happening then, people have not learned anything. For instance, you are calling yourself the owner of Ife. If you know that is provocative, what else will be provocative? Excuse me. Last election, 2023, people went on the streets. It's no man's land. Lagos is no man's land. We have conquered it. It's our own. I'm telling you something. If they woke the Sardauna up and told him that it was in Lagos of 1966, he would tell you nothing. The only difference would be the clothes that people are wearing and the environment. The same mindset. If you don't, history does not repeat itself. It is people who don't learn from history that repeat history. So please, people, let's learn. So they were everywhere saying that the new masters of Nigeria and things like that. let's go on. So even at this point, there was no war. This was the state of affairs in the country generally, and in the north in particular, when the Unification Decree was announced by Major General Ironsi on 24th May 1966. The decree number 34, a major constitutional and political step, which contrary to traditional practice had not been widely discussed, announced a unitary system of government, the dissolution of political and tribal parties, and other measures. But the fateful words in the announcement were, quote, "The regions are abolished," end quote. Before promulgating this decree, Major General Ironsi did not even allow the Constitutional Committee, which he had appointed and which had begun to sit in regional centers, to complete its work, despite his public and written undertaking that no constitutional changes would be introduced until after the fullest consultation with the people of the country. All this caused great disquiet in all parts of the country and led to the May 29 disturbances in the north, in which a number of Igbos were killed. It's all good, don't worry. We are not there yet. People have said several times last week, oh, Ironsi said it with his own mouth, the regions are abolished. And it's a military dictator. He's not asking for your advice, he's telling you. This is the beginning of the end. So of course, May 29, this was May 24 was when he promulgated the decree. May 29 was when people got really angry and started fighting and killing people, which again is very unfortunate, but that happened in the north. There was an uneasy calm after the May disturbances. The governor of the northern region, by the way, let me stay with this for a second. I'll come back to this. Let me stay on this topic for a second. We're not going to rush. Where were we? Let's go to the book by Nebo Graham Douglas. The book is called Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. It says here, in March 1966, following the military, by the way, this man he was the Attorney General of the Eastern Region under Odumegwu Ojukwu, Lieutenant Colonel. So it says, in March 1966, following the military coup of January 1966 and the establishment of military regimes, both at the federal Nigerian level and in all the constituent regions of the Federation, I was appointed by Lieutenant Colonel C. Odumegwu Ojukwu, then military governor of Eastern Nigeria, as Attorney General for Eastern Nigeria, to assist him, as he put it, quote, in the work of reconstruction, end quote, facing the new military setup throughout the country. I was in that position. Oh, shoot. 1 second, please. I knew I was not feeling comfortable. Sorry, please. All right, thank you for staying tuned. I was feeling very uncomfortable, but it's better now. All right, so let's go back to this. So this is by Nebo Graham Douglas. He was appointed by Lieutenant Colonel C. Odumegwu Ojukwu in March 1966. Don't worry, just leave it. March 1966 as the Attorney General for Eastern Nigeria. So this is what he says. So he says, I was in that position when in May of that year, please listen though. I was in that position when in May of that year, I became aware of the proposal to replace the existing federal system of administration with a unitary system. In my official capacity, I was called upon to advise on the draft decree by means of which the conversion was intended to be carried out. I advised against it. It was obvious to me that the move was Eastern, more accurately Igbo-inspired, and I advised my military governor that if it was enacted and implemented, there would be such a violent reaction from the North that rather than unify the country, it would tend towards its disintegration. Later that month, we attended a meeting of the Central Executive Council in Lagos, and informal discussions with my colleagues, the Attorney General for the Midwest and the Solicitors General for the North and West, made me feel certain that I had given the proper advice. However, the decision on the draft decree will be taken not by the Central Executive Council, but by the Supreme Military Council. On Tuesday, 24th May, in a nationwide broadcast, the head of state and Supreme Commander of the Nigerian Armed Forces, now the late Major General J.T. Ironsi, announced the change. Sorry about that. I think this guy has had his time. Major General J.T. Ironsi announced the change. Decree number 34 of 1966 had been promulgated. The immediate reaction of the North was as I had foreseen. On Sunday, 29th May, there were unpleasant incidents in most cosmopolitan areas of northern Nigeria, and Eastern, more so Igbo residents thereof appeared to have come off pretty badly. The nation at once appeared to be facing the grim prospect of disintegration. To stave this off, the head of state held meetings with representatives of the northern chiefs and subsequently with the military governors of all the regions. We're going to come back to this. So we're just trying to explain what happened with decree number 34 and the events that followed. Now there was something that Prof. Remy sent to me last week that was just wild. When all these things started, I mean, he should have taken advice before even doing what he did, but he didn't take advice. He just, united Nigeria. I've heard of that thing. Why are we not united? Why are we not one? So what he was doing was to legislate unity in a multi-ethnic space like Nigeria. He wanted to legislate unity. We are all together. Federal civil services are now under the federal government, which means that you could take somebody from the north and give him a job in Ibadan, or you could take somebody from Anambra and get a job in Zaria because we are all one. Meanwhile, all those things used to be governed by the regional government. So, for instance, there are many institutions, for instance, that belong to the region. OAU, for instance, is a regional institution. You take it over and say, okay, now it belongs to the federal government. You can decide what happens. I mean, technically. No empire has lasted forever. You can enjoy your time now. It's a matter of 8 years. Power will change. And if it changes, it's not even coming to you. Let me tell you something that will even get you to understand how this thing works. Guys, I know where I stopped. I'm going back to that. No, it's not necessary. Let me just leave him alone. Don't worry. Maki. Cry, your king. Be crying in the comment section. I don't have your time. So what you see here is that what Ironsi was doing was to re-raise the uniqueness that people have in their regions. I think you didn't want me to talk, so let me tell you something. 2027, the end of this first term. 2031, end of second term. 2031 to 2039. That will most likely be the north. 2039 till 2047 will be the south. 2047 to 2055 to go back to the north. By that time, that's 30 years from now. By that time, Abi, is it 30 years? I don't know. Whatever. By that time, if we're done old, so maybe at that point you'll be wise enough to know how to play the political game, and you start thinking of the possibility of having a president from your region. hope I answered your question. Now back to what I was saying. When he did that, he essentially just, quote unquote, united Nigeria by force, which is what people are saying right now. They say we are supposed to be one. What does it really mean to be one? To have a unitary constitution? Makes no sense. But let me read to you what I found in that document. Sorry. Just 1 second. I want to read to you what Ironsi's bright idea. The book is called The Military and Politics. Let me see if I can get you the name of the author. Already 68 years has passed. Igbo never ruled the zoo, but still progressing. Oh, I can see you are progressing. This is one that are celebrating Julius Berger. I can see you're progressing. After all, I mean, celebrating Julius Berger logo is also part of progress. Celebrating Julius Berger logo, fountain, like all those petty stuff is new to you guys, but you are developing. 1 second, let me put the name for you guys of the author. I found it. Martin Dent. Martin Dent. Let me just open to the place so I can read it. The reason you cannot make so much, you can't grow, is because you lie to yourselves. Anybody that tells you the truth is a hater. He hates you. That's the problem. It's not that it's not possible for you to make progress, but how will you make progress if you can't even acknowledge the truth? Yeah, but by the way, what you guys always have to say you're better than other people. Meanwhile, look at your region. The place is just wonderful. Let me not say something bad. It's the Dubai of the village. They're going to build Dubai. Abia Rwanda, like we used to say on Twitter. Abia Rwanda. All right, let me read to you something from this. I think it's good. It's perfect now. Yeah. So the book is called The Military and Politics. It says, there was apparently a plan to murder Ironsi during his visit to Kano, but this was not executed, owing to the strenuous efforts of the Emir of Kano. Indeed, in Kano, Ironsi was still cheered by the crowds. Finally, Ironsi called a conference of chiefs to Ibadan, and the plan was made to overthrow him there. One of Ironsi's last acts, it is said, was to gather the chiefs together to teach them to sing the national anthem, and apparently to indicate that he wished to post them around Nigeria in the same way as he was posting the governors. A suggestion so contrary to the ideas of the particular local ties of chieftainship that the Emir of Kano walked out of the meeting. So that's Ironsi's idea of, we out here. The idea basically was that you can now transfer king. Is it the Benin people that say, what do Benin people say? Something about the move or something like that. The idea was you could get Oba of Benin out of Benin and post him like he's doing NYSC to Sokoto to be the king of Sokoto. Then you can take the Obi of Onitsha and put him in charge of Kano. Then take Emir of Kano, go and leave Sokoto. By the time you know it, all the warrant chiefs from the east have become the kings of all the major cities of Nigeria. My question is just that, is it that they think that every other person is a fool? That's the only thing I don't understand. It's crazy. Thank you, my brother Jelili. That's what I was looking for. Oba no, they go transfer. This one I go transfer Oba. Transfer Oba. Oba of Lagos will move to Ikorekpene. You now take one person that's a warrant chief, you become the one in charge of Lagos, BDOB or the Eze of Lagos. See, guys, this was a plan. This is from a book called The Military and Politics by Martin Dent. It's from an article, actually, in a journal. Military and Politics by Martin Dent. And it's just amazing that this is the kind of greatness that also, which is why whenever I read this book, I've not finished it, Shah. But whenever I finish, I will let you know. This book makes me laugh. It makes me also look like one very fantastic person. The guy was just something else. But I mean, like I always say, even funny books have good things inside them sometimes. So we'll read it. Anyway, so that's Ironsi for you. That's Ironsi's bright idea of changing Nigeria to be transferring Oba and kings. Because again, it doesn't have that kind of thing in its culture. So the way life works is, if you don't have it in your culture, you stick to what you have in your culture, not to change other people's cultures, just to make you feel comfortable. But the real thing really is that you want to get power. So again, looking at everything we've said so far, does it not look like different people are trying to actualize the dream of Charles Oyema? That's what it looks like. Everybody is trying to achieve the dream of Charles Oyema. Then put about for transfer market. Welcome, Middle Belt. Middle Belt, how far with the Telegram stuff now? Because I remembered since we talked last time. It's just that it's easier to transfer from that, because that's where the materials are. So that was the plan, Sha, for the Obas to be going on transfer. All right. Let's go back to Nauru. Amidst this situation, I'm sorry, 1 second though. Okay. It says there was an uneasy calm after they made disturbances. This is not the program. So a lot of people will be in Nakuru. You know what makes it more painful? The fact that the person who wants to transfer me no get history of kings. The person who wants to transfer king no get history of kings. If you're an Igbo here, I hope you understand why people act the way they act. Your elders have ballet, all this is that in English. Your elders don't spoil ground. I don't say it's just one man, it's a leader. We still talk about Awolowo till forever. It's a shame, but just trying to understand, like, you cannot be moving the way they moved and ask me why I act the way I act. The way you move is too similar. And see, let me do this for a second. That's the one that I don't get. How can you move exactly like your elders years after the fact, like the past did not happen, or like you're reading a book about their actions and using that as your manifesto of sort? Like you're literally just doing what they did. Maybe you don't have the political power to do it, but you are using different other things. For instance, you blackmail people when you have no real authority, which is what happened again in the 40s. When Igbos didn't have power at the center, they blackmailed everyone. It was so bad that the Governor General of Nigeria had to speak up and said, these guys are just disturbing everybody, but they contribute the least. I mean, that was what he said, Sir Arthur Richards. And when you get the power, you try to force everybody. Then when you lose the power, you go back to the default setting. Like, there's a way people will react. That's what I'm saying. There's a way people will react. So rather than tell people to stop acting the way they do, maybe you should stop doing what you do. Because for the most part, and this is what I've noticed in Nigeria, for the most part, people's attitude towards folks from the southeast is actually a reaction. For the most part, it's reactions. And I'm not saying all the reactions are good. I'm not saying all the reactions are good. I think they can be better, but how would you blame them? If you slap me and I hit you with a club, you can't blame me, because jeje ni mojoko to gbe owowa. Now jeje they sit. I don't know jeje in English language. I just sit down on my own. You know, I always try to force myself to speak pidgin and see if I can link it. You know, they work. But let my talk and the way I want to come. A person is sitting down on his own. You go there, you slap him, he gets a club, hits you on the head. You can cry. But somebody should ask you, why on earth would you go there to slap him? That's the problem. And again, let's do better. Especially Southeasterners, man. You guys in this history more than, I mean, all of us in the history, but let's all do better. Let me even say, just do better. There was an uneasy calm after they made disturbances. The governor of the northern region, in cooperation with the Native Authority Administration, did everything possible to put down the disturbances and hostility to both Ironsi government and people of both the Ironsi government and people of Igbo origin residents in the north. But there was political uncertainty regarding the future of Decree number 34 and widespread tension and mutual suspicion in the army. Regular channels of communication were being deliberately bypassed by the Ironsi government in the transmission of instructions. Military officers of the Igbo ethnic group had advanced information about vital matters of state, while superior officers from other ethnic groups were kept in the dark. What are you seeing here? Have you noticed that every book I read, they add those two words, Igbo domination? Why? Because they remember Charles Onyema. What does this tell you? You have officers, right? Let's say you have major and lieutenant colonels. The major is Hausa. Under major is Yoruba. Lieutenant colonels is Igbo. Lieutenant colonels got information before the Hausas and Yoruba. Not because it's the Ogao, but because it's Igbo. And you think people will not act? Let's continue. Regular channels of communication were deliberately bypassed by the Ironsi government in the transmission of instructions. Military officers of the Igbo ethnic group had advanced information about vital matters of state, while superior officers from other ethnic groups were kept in the dark. Excuse me. By the way, I believe all these things because I read Adewale Ademoyiga and he already mentioned how tribal it was. And there are other books, but let's stay with those two for now. I think I should read John Desenjo, but let's continue for now. It says, then there was the sudden decision by Major General Ironsi that he would rotate the military governors and appoint military prefects, even after this proposal had been rejected by the Supreme Military Council. Amid all this, the economic situation rapidly deteriorated because it's not Igbo, it's not gun that used to run country, it's brain. I'm not saying some people don't have brain, but apparently we cannot tell. Amid all this, the economic situation rapidly deteriorated. The country, which had welcomed the change of January 15, soon realized that the events which followed January 15 had not justified the hopes and aspirations of that change. It became clear after a few months that the country had no satisfaction from the events of January 15, 1966. Once again, conditions were ripe for a change. In the last week of July 1966, the change came. During the week, there were widely circulating rumors that the unfinished job, quote unquote, of January 15 was to be completed by the elimination of the remaining senior army officers of non-Igbo origin. Although many such officers had been killed in January, a number had escaped being murdered. Some of them were out of Nigeria in January 1966 and had since returned to the country. They were now holding some key positions in the army and still prevented an all-Igbo command at the top of Nigerian military. Hey, the person writing this thing is Chief Atune Naoro. In other words, what would be preferred to be an all-Igbo command at the top of the Nigerian military administration. There were also rumors of a counter-coup to reverse the effects of the January 15 coup. By 28th July 1966, there was strong evidence that one group or the other would move. In the country at large, people expected a change. By the way, let me quickly stop and say, all those people looking for coups never finish. You know they end. Now, you know they end. Wala no they finish. Wala, you know they finish. If you have one, another person will come and stop. Another person will come and stop. That's why we say let's just have this system and build it, rather than looking for a way, you know, to destroy it because you don't know how to play the game. Thank you and be blessed. By 28th July 1966, there was strong evidence that one group or the other would move. In the country at large, people expected a change because of dissatisfaction with the manner the Ironsi government had handled national matters since January 16. It was generally agreed that the opportunities of the change of January 16 had been hopelessly misused. Should I just be talking or read? Please just power tap. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam Million. Thank you for alerting people. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Also share. If you're on Facebook, YouTube, share the live. Thank you very much. Felix Jankre's blog. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am born again. No, you're not born again. No. The only born you are doing right now is B-U-R-N. You're about to burn again. You're about to burn. Burn, 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 burn. Where was I? A mutiny started at the army barracks in Abeokuta in the former Western region in the morning of July 29. An officer of northern origin heard a telephone discussion between two Igbo officers. After the discussion, the Igbo officer at the Abeokuta barracks ordered all Igbo soldiers at the barracks to take up arms and be ready. This was believed to be the signal for the elimination of the remaining non-Igbo officers in the army, the unfinished job of January 15. The officer from the north, in turn, asked all soldiers from other ethnic groups to take up their arms. An argument followed between the officers and their supporters, and shooting broke out between the two sides. These disorders spread to other barracks in the rest of the country and continued all through that weekend. Major General Ironsi, who was then visiting Ibadan, and his host, the military governor of the West, Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fajuyi, were kidnapped at the government house in Ibadan. The net result of all this was another coup. Following the coup, Major General Yakubu Gowon, then Lieutenant Colonel, succeeded Major General Ironsi on 1st August as head of the federal military government. By the way, in 2 weeks, Papa was out of prison. What this one did not do for 6 months. So on August 1st, 1966, Yakubu Gowon became the head of state, or the head of the federal military government. In a broadcast to the nation that morning, he promised to bring to the disorders in the army under control, stop further bloodshed, restore law, order and confidence in all parts of the country with minimum delay, and seek a new basis for unity. Major General Gowon also analyzed the roots of the Nigerian crisis and announced that a unitary form of government did not. Please, we're going to go deeper into this tomorrow, but I just want to read some of these things from Gowon's thoughts. I think I should stay with Gowon for a bit. We're going to read some things from his biography tomorrow too. So please listen to what he says. He says, Major General Gowon also analyzed the roots of the Nigerian crisis and announced that a unitary form of government did not provide a basis for Nigerian unity. He promised that with the concurrence of the military governors and other members of the Supreme Military and Federal and Executive Councils, a decree will soon be issued to lay a sound foundation for Nigerian unity. July 29 was welcomed by the nation, particularly because of the events which followed it. We're going to come back to the events that followed it, but before we go on, let me just say something. The event was July 28th and 29. He became head of government August 1st, right? So if this was happening, what was Ojukwu doing at this time? Now let's go to the book by Neil Graham Douglas. We're almost done for today, but let's end it with this one. Now, let's go back. Let's rewind. You know how they do flashback. Flashback. Bang, bang. 29th May. North was on fire. People are angry. The way 34 was passed on 24th of May. People are angry on the 29th. They're killing people and all of those things. So what now happens? So everybody goes to the. Everybody tries to sort the issues. Ironsi was traveling, was meeting with people. He came to Ibadan. He told the kings, right now I'm going to make you class captain. We're changing your classes from time to time, as if he's talking to his fellow clowns. Anyway, he's going to change kings. Instead of having king of a place, we can move you. What he was talking is, whatever I was talking, we read here now. The nation at once appeared to be facing the grim prospect of disintegration. To stave this off, the head of state held meetings with representatives of the northern chiefs and subsequently with the military governors of all the regions. Listen, please. On the return of my military governor from Lagos, who is his military governor? How much they pay me? Something your father will not be able to afford. OGB Daniel. You asked me how much they paid me. It's something your dad will not be able to afford. And now I mute you. That's the thing about these clowns. You have no sense. You think everything is about money. How much do they pay? How much do they pay you? Who are the they that are even paying me, self? Who are this they? It is well. If I start right now, if I start saying something like, see what they did to the East, if I do that thing for every day for a year, everybody will celebrate. In fact, let me just do it for a day. I become the darling. But I don't live for your opinions. I don't care. Let's go back to what matters. On the return of my military governor from Lagos, so just to be sure that we are all here together, who is the military governor is talking about and who is talking? Let's do class exercise. Came off in a stretch. Who is talking and who is the military governor is referring to? Let's do that in like 10 seconds, just to be sure that we're all here. On the return of my military governor from Lagos, who is talking? Who is the military governor? Oh, yeah. The Attorney General is the one speaking. Thank you, Mr. Scott. By the way, the Attorney General's name is Neil Graham Douglas. He's from Abonema, the Rivers Province. And please, anybody knows the military governor? M1078, thank you on YouTube. Thank you very much. Does anybody know the military governor? Ojukwu, thank you. I just wanted to know that somebody knows it. And thank you. No, not the secretary, the Attorney General. All right. So this is, by the way, the book is called Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. This was published in 1968. Please, when will you discuss Aburi Accord? It's part of this series, my brother. You know, we're just about to enter when Yakubu Gowon became head of state. So as soon as we talk about him becoming head of state, we eventually get into Aburi. Aburi will be today, sorry, maybe tomorrow or the day after. But some things happened before Aburi. So he became head of state in August. Aburi was in January. Those months. Crisis happened in the north, especially in September, and a lot of people died. Crisis also happened in the east, where Northerners were unalived en masse. Okay? We'll talk about those ones before we get to Aburi, so that we don't jump past anything. We're on the same side, Abi? Now go there. Where was I? On the return of my military governor from Lagos, on or about the 7th of June, please listen to this. This is actually a very, very important point. I said that some of the things that led to the coup, the structure, it's the coup, but it's also one man's. Sorry, I thought one of the things that led to the war. I mentioned the structure of Nigeria. We mentioned the first coup. There's also the domination of an ethnic group. Now the fourth point, we're going to link it, is the ambition of one man. One second, please. I think just come my head right now. May I write them down? Hey, Barrow show. So there's structure. Then there is coup. Actually, coup is number 3. The structure is number 1. Number 2 is ethnic domination. And ethnic domination now led to the coup, which we've discussed. And now we're going to number 4, which is Ojuku's ambition. The ambition of one man. This is long. Don't worry. When he talked about the things that happened, the killings that happened during the coup was another reason. The taunting by the Igbos was another reason. The unwillingness of Ironsi to deal with the coup plotters or placate the people, especially Northerners, was another reason. Decree 34 was a straw that broke the camel's back. We mentioned that already. And now we're getting into the ambition of a man, but won't go deep into it because we have to mention the counter-coup again tomorrow. All right, so let's go back to this. Barrow is Barrow now. His pen is Barrow. You know how we call seasoning Maggi? Call on Shanu. Where was I? Let's go back to this. On the return of my military governor from Lagos, on or about the 7th of June, I had the opportunity of a full-length discussion of the situation with him. Remember the date? 7th of June. No, but for real, this one is actually Barrow. If I was using this one, I would say pen. But when I was using this one, I said Barrow because it's actually Barrow. I think. Yeah. But this is the other one. I would have said pen. Meanwhile, you shall get the idea of it. Now go this, so say. On the return of my military governor from Lagos, on or about the 7th of June. Remember the date? 7th of June. What year? 1966. 7th June 66. That date is very important. We're coming back to it, please. It says, on the return of my military governor from Lagos, on or about the 7th of June, I had the opportunity of a full-length discussion of the situation with him. And the one thing that emerged from such discussion was his determination to take the East out of the Federation sooner or later. When was this? This was a full year before the declaration of Biafra. There were disturbances in the north in May. Ironsi was still alive. This is June. There was no counter coup until 29th of July. Ojukwu is already talking about creating a different nation on the 7th of June. Why am I harping on this? Because the idea that it was the killings in the north that led to the creation of the Biafra is a lie. The dream, the ambition was there. Is the second option. If the first one of Charles Oyema was not going to work anymore, we might as well create something. Please listen to me. It says here, I had the opportunity of a full-length discussion of the situation with him, and the one thing that emerged from such discussion was his determination to take the East out of the Federation sooner or later. We are finished with the Federation. It is all a question of time, he assured me. I wondered. I knew that he had hoped to become head of state of the Federation of Nigeria sometime, replacing Major General Agui Ironsi, the contempt for whom he did not much disguise. Founding such hope as he did on the belief that by virtue of his formal education, he would be more acceptable than the other possibles for the position in due course. That hope was dashed by the northern incident of 29th May. In other words, when he saw what happened in the north a few days prior, it was like, Oga, you know, like then go allow me to become this head of state too. So, and since I have a destiny to lead a kingdom or a nation, I want to become kingdom, I want to become king, but I have destiny and I want to fulfill my destiny. Fulfill my destiny. Therefore, I have to create a nation just by myself. Stay with me, please. It says, that hope was dashed by the northern incident of 29th May, and after an unmistakable expression of resentment of Igbo domination. That phrase again. We've seen it in at least 3 books. As a matter of fact, it's in 4. You see the Nigerian Civil War. You see it in Anthony Anaro's speech. You see it in Adewale Ademoyega's book. Now you're seeing it again in Nebo Graham Douglas's book. That idea is not, people are not, it's not like they're afraid of something that is just like irrational fear of something. No, they've seen it. I just hope some people will become politically powerful in Nigeria enough to be able to. It is well. I know what, it would be good if this was just history. The really bad part is that it is still happening. I wish it was just history. We'd just be talking about it and just flex and just chill, just vibe. But since it's still happening, people cannot trust in it. They have to do lots of work. It's not impossible, but it's a lot of work that has to be done. It says he wanted to become head of state after Ironsi. Forget that Ironsi was Igbo. Abba, JB is just merit, and I went to school. And our ethnic group is the only one they created Nigeria for. So why would they not understand? Wonderful. He wasted no time in planning for himself for the future. Why? Because people express contempt for Igbo domination. He wasted no time in planning for himself for the future. And the one answer was to be head of state of an independent Eastern Nigeria, by whatever name it might be called. I realized this at once in the course of our discussion, but there was nothing I could do other than advise that such a move would be successful only if predicated upon the common consent of all the peoples comprised in the region, and that accordingly, his first task would be to work for the quote-unquote solidarity of the peoples. So Ojukwu's idea of an independent state did not begin because of the killings in the north, or what happened in September and October, or because of the counter-coup. All of those things happened after the fact. He wanted as of June of 1966. That's why I said one of the major reasons for the war was a man's ambition. And it's a topic on it, so we're going to get into it tomorrow once we're done with how Ironsi got power. Oh, sorry, not Ironsi. How Yakubu Gowon took over power and the things that happened from his own perspective first, and then we'll move on into other things. But just to understand that if you're from the East, let me tell you something. Your primary enemy is the one that you celebrate the most. Selah. And I'm not saying he's an enemy because of what he did in terms of his ambition. I'm saying he's an enemy because of the culture he created with his rhetoric and propaganda. See, people can make mistakes. People can do the wrong things. But you can change. I used to be like this. I've changed now. I'm a better man now. I mean, that's good. But that's not what's happening here. What's happening is a re-engineering of a people. It's a social engineering to the point where years after his death, you guys still think a certain way, and you don't even know that that way was not how you were always thinking originally. All of that happened because of a man. And if you don't get it, forget about it. We're going to go on from here tomorrow. I'd like to end early today. So if you want to be part of the conversation, please send your request. I'll bring you up. Jimmy Ojukwu wants to become head of state. Zik started it and Ojukwu wants to continue, but unfortunately he was stopped. Yes, Zik actually wanted to become head of state. No, so not just Zik, Ojukwu himself wanted to become head of state. And when he discovered that the Northerners were not that dull like they thought, and they started saying things like, we want to have our own country. So that's what led to that. You know what? Let's read a little more, just a bit more. I was still in that position when on July 29, the country was awakened to the news of another coup d'etat. The former one was Igbo-inspired and executed. This time, it was a northern affair. On learning of it, we of the Eastern administration were at once paralyzed by fear of our own safety and of the probable outcome of it all. But at first, we adopted an attitude of wait and see, which gave way to a strong hope of immediate independence and sovereignty for Eastern Nigeria, brought about by news written on Saturday, July 30, that negotiations were going on in Lagos between representatives of the northern officers of the Nigerian army behind the coup and those still loyal to the federal military government, and that the firm standpoint of the northerners was the disintegration of the country into 4 or so sovereign and independent nations on the basis of the existing region. I'm going to continue from here tomorrow, but let me say this. One of the things that we don't talk about enough about the northern counter-coup, the northern counter-coup had 2 objectives, or 2 primary objectives. Number 1 was to revenge what happened in January. Number 2 was to disintegrate Nigeria, to break it up. When they organized that coup, they were not doing it for Nigerian unity. The only reason they decided to stay in Nigeria was because they were persuaded by a group of 3. Number 1 was federal civil servants who were northerners primarily. Number 2 was the American ambassador. Number 3 was the British High Commissioner. They were the one who persuaded the soldiers to stay. We'll talk about all of that tomorrow, and then we'll move on from there. Again, also to remind us that the idea of secession in Nigeria is not new, and it's been around for since at least 1950, when the North threatened to secede in 1950. We threatened to secede in 1954. Was it 54 or 57? When we're talking about Lagos, like we didn't want Lagos to be the capital of Nigeria. I wanted to even. Our Papa was like, we are going to provide money so you find another place to build it, and if you don't do it, we're going to secede. We've threatened secession before, but at least our own secession was on the base of where you want to put land or capital. The North secession was on the base of you don't get 50%. Thank you, Prof. 1953. Thank you. So the North threatened to secede in 1950. They didn't get 50% of the seats. They also threatened again in 58, according to in 59, according to Adewale Ademoyega. But we, Yoruba, I think the North has actually threatened more. Where Amatibo, don't say, mate. North is 59, then 66. That's the North. West, 53. East, 64. During the constitutional crisis. And then 67. I think I'm missing one date. Like I said, I know they did that 64, then they did 67, but I think there's another one. If I remember the date, I'll let you know. The point is short that when these guys wanted to leave, the only reason they didn't go was because they were persuaded. They would have broken the country into 4. But should they have done it? I don't even know. I'm glad they didn't do it, because they would have put my brothers in Northern. I don't even know. So what was the role of the Yoruba in all this old thing? Which old thing? Which old thing? We're already decimated now. I told you when they were promoting officers, they didn't care about Yoruba officers. It was just about the North. It was between the Igbos and the Northerners. Let me tell you what I think. In 1964, the North and West were willing to let the East secede. So why didn't they go? Because I know they went to secede during the census, constitutional crisis, and then the census thing. They said we're going to break out. I wonder why they didn't leave, Sha. Prof, please come up. I'm even rounding up. It's time to go and rest. Emeka Ojukwu was a very devious, self-serving man. Do Nigerians know that Ojukwu was actually buried with a Biafran flag? Felix. Really? That was given a Nigerian burial, a military burial. I still ask the question today, why we did not react after the first coup. The answer is simple. Listen, to be honest, after that coup, everybody was happy. So, see, Yoruba could not have reacted. React how? Why? The people that sent our leader to prison, they've been dealt with. I mean, I'm not happy that they were dealt with that way, but you are now hopeful that, oh, if these people could take these people out, perhaps they're going to now release our leader and allow Nigeria to build something. That's one. So you are just happy. It's not about not having military. Even if we had military, what do you want to use military to do? It's just this sigh of relief, having gone through about 4 years of turmoil from 62 to 66. You are just happy that finally. Even the soldier will be happy, self. The whole idea about not having military, that would be an argument for 1967. But like, why didn't we break out and things like that? But yeah, we could not have done anything. If I were alive in 1966, why would I complain? It's only when they noticed that the Igbos did not kill their own people, that's when they started complaining, like, wait though. Not everybody were happy. Not everyone were confused, not happy. No, they were happy. You guys, Bogota, Kanyo, they were happy. They were beating their own representatives in the north. They were jeering at them. They were happy. The confusion only came when they discovered, see, what they thought was, okay, we're going to start afresh. By the way, when you say nothing else, remember that it was a feudal system that continues in the political structure of the northern region. A lot of people actually felt, okay, things are about to change. They stopped seeing any sense in the killings when they noticed that the people who did the killings did not do anything to their own corrupt people. I read it out now in our own speech. Everybody was happy, like, okay, we're going to change things, okay. But when you now look around and it's got that way though, people are saying our own leaders alone, no, like, no. This thing, get as it be. Ojukwu was given state burial with 21 gun salutes. Not with, that's what I thought. So I didn't think it. Somebody wrote on YouTube that Ojukwu had, Biafra flag, but I don't think so. Oh, somebody said Chuks Ilegbulam, author of Ironsi biography, said it in his interview with Edmond Obilo. I don't trust that man 1 second. I have his book here, by the way. I mean, I can pick some things from it, but if he says something, I'm going to have to corroborate it with another book because of the things he said in this book. You can make statements, and I mean, it's one thing to compare stuff and tell your stuff, but this kind of things we're saying here, I was just like, you think we are fools? So if he says something, I'm not saying he's lying, but I'd like to confirm from other sources. Until then, I cannot say that Ojukwu was buried in Biafran flag. Maybe he was, I don't know. But I know that he had a full military burial, just like Nzogo. All right, it's been a wonderful session. I'm going to go rest now. Tomorrow, we're going to continue from here. How the North took power, and then the reaction of Ojukwu. In fact, let me write it down, because once I leave this way, I want to lie down. I'm not going to write anything in the first minute or so. So we have thank you. So we have what's it called? Yakubu Gowon. One second. Sorry. The Northern counter-coup session. If you'd like to speak, please come up. And if you don't want to come up, thank you very much. I might just close the door. Ojukwu's reaction. And then the thing about Obafemi Awolowo. I think I have a video of his. Let me see. Yes, I have a video somewhere. Yeah. Obafemi Awolowo. And then the crisis in the north and in the east. We're going to talk about people that were killed in the east tomorrow. So if you are Eastern and you're coming tomorrow, just know that I'm going to talk about that. So if you get angry, God will not get angry with me. Thank you. killings in the north and the east, the crisis, and then you have figures of casualty. That one just a change every second. Can I give you the book? This I'm reading from different books. This one, I give you this one. My brother, I'm reading from multiple sources. And then we'll see if we can get to Aburi. Aburi will be the last thing. Then from Aburi, we'll now go into negotiations. So negotiation of solicitors first. Abi? Yes. And then the ad hoc committee. It's better like I'm saying like this now so that I won't forget. Ad hoc committee, King's visit, Awo's visit. This man, visit Ojukwu. Kings were visiting Ojukwu and Awo was visiting Ojukwu. He still went to war. Hilary Njoku's book. He'll tell us how many weapons he had before he started fighting. Don't worry. We're going to have a great time. This one book, let me just recommend this book because you might read it in case you're interested. This book. This is Awo on the Nigerian Civil War. It contains minutes of the meetings that Papa had with Ojukwu and the rest of them. So if you can get it. I did a video on, I used this book as one of the sources when I was discussing the 4 imperatives, what Awo actually promised the East. So it's also here. Might get into that later. There's no way we're not going to get into 4 imperatives all over again. All right, I think we have enough outline. I'm going to flesh it out when I leave here. Thank you very much for being here. All right, like I say, people want me to go and rest early today. I want to thank you very much for being children of God. Children of God, will you shout hallelujah? Nigerian leaders, Northern leaders, North and Yoruba, they protected these people too much. You are 100% correct. You are 100% correct. And I think that's a problem because now the younger ones think that their fathers were saints. Instead, I just said, see, you made mistake here, and everything. But no, they're making it look as if, it's not that bad. Now everybody is insulting everybody. People that you should be thankful to, or be grateful for, or grateful to, or show gratitude to. I'm going to put everybody in there. Anyway, please let me just do this. 1 minute. Please, if you don't send requests in the next 60 seconds, please. I'll just leave once the speaker on stage is done. So that, because I know that Oroloman Bioro, if somebody speaks, somebody else wants to speak, before you know it, I'm here for too long. And it's not good for my health. So please, if you want to come up, we have 1 minute, just send requests. After the 1 minute, please, once the speaker finishes, in fact, before he finishes, about to pay 6, in the next 30 seconds, I won't be able to bring people up. Please try and understand. If you really want to speak, please just come. Thank you. All right, Doctor, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Ẹkáàbọ, sir. Ẹkáàbọ sórí ètò.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for bringing us to, very close to the history that just happened. That happened in Nigeria. Nigeria has less in Nigeria as a being growing up. It's unfortunate, some of the things that you read about didn't just happen. Its replica is still happening. That's the most unfortunate thing. There's nothing bad in whatever that happened in the past. If some of the situation had been corrected, people had falling in line, to start reasoning like human beings. There's nothing that is very bad with that. But it's quite unfortunate that even up until now, some people are still moving mad. They are behaving as if they lost their heads in the ash of some fowls. Yesterday was 30th of May, I think. So yesterday, Nabi, and Jetta, and you see what some of them were writing on the social media. You see what some of them were saying, all sort of unprintable gibberish. They were just, in fact, nobody would care about whatever they have said if Yoruba had not been drawn into the discussion. And when Yoruba were drawn into the discussion, the problem is they left everybody else who hurt them or whom they hurt, but started talking about Yoruba as if Yoruba need problem. And from what you have read to us, somebody asked the question recently that what is Yoruba position in all of this? Whatever you read to us, and because you are not just reading from one book, you are juggling 2, 3, 4, 5 books together so as to corroborate, so as to confirm, so as to distill some of the informations. And you will see that as at that time, it was as if Yoruba people were on sabbatical in Nigeria in terms of, any ills and we do not exonerate ourselves to say that probably we wouldn't have contributed 1 or 2 things. But unfortunately, we didn't even contribute anything. We were just there like an onlooker. But today, what they do is that they will now pack all the blame in one container and put it on the head of the Yoruba people. Not just Yoruba people alone. They put it on the head of the Motalawu. And I was like, so what are these people drinking? It's very sad that a lot of generations of stupid, moronic Igbo people will grow up and start reasoning like that. Some of us who are trying to tell me, I told them I don't have time to shalayi. They said, I will fight 3.5 million people. I said, yes. That's to tell you that just one man, if a Yoruba man can fight 3.5 million people, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you?
They are not even. That did not even happen. There was no 3.5 million we put that in. I know. But people are also watching. I want to make sure that I make that very clear. There was no 3.5 million we put that in.
No.
It's just propaganda.
No. If people are watching now and they have not at this time, not
because there are new people every day. Especially on.
The essence of this program is not only to have new people every day, is to encourage reading, not just encourage reading alone, encourage perspectives into into the readings. It's not just you picking up books and start reading. Start viewing it from some particular, juggling books together, understanding, okay, what is the perspective of all of these books. So I'm not going to be shalaying all the time. I told them I don't have time. If that is what you can speak English, you can read and write. In fact, if you can't speak English, you can snap all of these books and put it on ChatGPT. It will translate them into the languages that you like. You can read them like that and understand what happened in the past. You can't be blaming people. And for me, I'm tired of defending whatever and saying it didn't happen. Well, that's what you want to agree, Abi. Okay. And all of you some of them made videos and say, one Igbo man is equal to 700,000 Yoruba men. As I say, with all those your videos that you have made, go back to those videos and realize with this your lies that you are peddling around to say that I will alone fight 3.5 billion people. What does that suggest? That suggests to you that you don't mess up with a Yoruba man. If you are talking about only Awo doing that to 3.5 million people, what do you want to talk about Babo Bomosho? So you mean if you put 2 people together, you know what havoc they can wreak to your generation and to the whole of your race. So they are not going to change, they are not going to read. But very unfortunately, I read one article that I sent to you today, and I was shocked that an Igbo man could reason like that. I was very shocked.
That's one of the reasons I say Kama Binutan. But ẹ máa rántí àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan náà.
No, àní rántí.
Time ti up o. But take 1 more minute.
Kílè ìgbìmọ̀ àrèmáyé kí táwọn gbogbo ara ẹ̀ báyìí. Ṣe rí ọmọ sàn ló máa ń kó pópó báyẹ̀ tí erin tó bá ń bá ẹran mi ìjà àbí tó bá ń ṣe kíní kan. Kò sọ̀rọ̀ tó kàn pẹ̀lú àwọn grass tó wà ń bẹ̀ o. Kò sí nǹkan tó kàn. Ẹ̀yin náà yín grass ẹ̀ wọ̀n àwọn monkey tó fi wá jà lórí ilẹ̀ yín pẹ̀lú erin. Ìyẹn nìkan tó wà important. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ rí pé tẹ bá wo máa yẹn ẹ̀ rí pé ibi sáìdì Igbo tó ti wá ó yàtọ̀ síbi táwọn oṣù burúkú ìtọ́ ti move mad. So above all gbogbo nǹkan tá a máa fi round gbogbo ilé up òun ni pé our message is to the Yoruba board. I am not begging you. I am just trying to remind you that whatever fate befell the people before you, worse will befall you if you do not retrace your steps. I have read through all the religious books that I can lay my hands on. I realize that all of them are tribalistic. All of them. There is always a chosen generation. There's always a chosen race. There's always a chosen from each of those things. If Almighty God can create lion to eat other animals, it means that some people are trying to eat you up. Defend yourself with knowledge. Defend yourself with reading. And know that your land is important. There is nothing more important than your race and your land. Anything that will tarnish those two, please fight it, reject it. If you do not retrace your steps as a Yoruba bot, my brother, my sister, your life is going for the realms.
Thank you very much, sir. Fantastic. So let's go to our second speaker, and then after him will be, I hope he's a he, will be or her, I don't know, I'm not sure. After the speaker, Sha, would be calling it a day. So good evening, T Gold.
Yeah, good evening, bro.
Yes, sir.
What I want to say is that the Igbo claiming victims every day, all the time, putting propaganda out, what is not true, and they never say the truth in their life. I've lived with them for so many years. So all what they know is lying and propaganda. And they usually say, hey, it's Agunu Irosi that released Awolowo from Calabar prison. I was like, who told you that? You deceive my people that you are fighting on behalf of Awolowo, which you have your own agenda. You told the Yoruba people that you want to release Awolowo from prison is because of Awolowo.
Sorry, it wasn't Yoruba people, it was a Yoruba person. So it wasn't like they talked to our people. It was Ademoyega who said it. So even if they did it, it wasn't like they told Yoruba people to come and support them to remove Awolowo. I am saying this is a very tiny detail, but it's important. So we never supported the coup as a people. Ademoyega who supported it said they were going to release Awolowo. But what they are even saying right now is even beyond that. They are saying that they were going to make Awolowo the prime minister, which is also a lie. So essentially, at release you as a prime minister, both are lies. Please continue.
So they use that lies to deceive Adeboyega, and Adeboyega to gather some Yoruba people, and
he did not gather Yoruba people. No. Adeboyega did not gather Yoruba. Please, let's be careful. Adeboyega did not gather Yoruba people. Adeboyega went into that thing as a person. He didn't gather Yoruba people. The other Yoruba people that got into that coup were called in by Fajuna on the 14th of January, and that's Fola Yewole and Ganiu Adeleke. It was not Adewale Ademoyega that brought them in. It was the same partners in Apapa who brought them in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for correcting me for that. So we Yoruba, we are happy that they want to release Awolowo from prison, but when they get to power, they did not release Awolowo. And in the history that I read, they are part of people that put Awolowo in prison with the Hausa Fulanis and Akintola. So They use Akintola to reduce the power of Yoruba people in Nigeria then, because they know what Awolowo was capable of, that he can do. I even heard that he hired one lawyer in UK to support him so that he can win the case, but they did not let the lawyer to step into Nigeria. They stopped him at the airport. So when they are saying all this rubbish, I think it's the time for us to show them the proof, to let them know, like our great-great-grandfather have caused this problem. They can't defend everything. But we now, it's our time to stand up and defend our tribe, defend our culture, defend our people for all this Igbo propaganda and everything. That's what I want to say. Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your submission. Thanks a lot. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I don't know about that lawyer thing though. I don't think Papa was bringing people from abroad. I don't think so. If you write that thing, it's probably like, you know, what people say and stuff. But thank you. I mean, I really appreciate you being here. Whew. It's been a wonderful session. We're going to continue from here tomorrow. And by the way, Maisie Bells, thank you for what you wrote in the comment section about having a session on Awolowo and Ojukwu. The conversations that ensued between them. Thankfully, the materials are here if we ever want to have that conversation. And again, like I always say, this thing, we could have just one major stuff, like, oh, what led to the war? And in there, you know, I have a pastor's mindset when it comes to these things. You could take John 3:16 and preach it for a whole year, because there are many things to buttress the point, right? There are many ways to understand what you're dealing with, you know, so that you, by the time you're done, John 3:16, not just focus of the word, you know it. Let me tell you one story. There's a story of a boy who read Psalm 23. You know, no, let me not tell you that story, because it's going to go somewhere else. Anyway, the point is that you are able to get into different things. You have a core, but you're able to dive into several things. So, for instance, Awo and Ojukwu sincerely could be part of this series, or could be a standalone series as well. But we're going to have that session with some of the conversations they had, and I'm so thankful that they published the minutes of the meeting. Because one of the problems I have with people is they just tell you, I heard, okay, where is it? Nobody shows you. Also, there's a document that I think would help us. Let me write it down. When it's time to have that session, maybe I'll put it out there. But if you want to get it, I think you can also get it now. The reason I don't want to put it out there right now is because we don't need this yet. I just remember it right now, so I want to write it down. The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War by Odia Ofemom. I was listening to the man yesterday, and I was like, I mean, I don't agree with everything all these our elders say. For instance, when they say it's not an Igboku, it was an Igboku. Some people say it's an Igboku, and I agree. Prof, this is a difficult task you have embarked on. However, we're enjoying it. Adra, please, did you ever chat on Telegram? Because somebody sent me a message on Telegram. I'm not sure if it's you. I don't know if you're the one. But yeah, if you want to reach me, Telegram at Busui Oris. It's a very good place to reach me. But thank you very much for your kind words, Adra. Yeah, somebody has to do it. Somebody has to do it. Oh, okay. Maybe someone else. Somebody has to do this. So please pray for us. And thank you for your support. Somebody reached out to me today, you know, to support what we're doing. Oh, shoot. I've forgotten. Anyway, if you would like to, we're already done. I wanted to put up the account now. I've forgotten. So please, if you want to be part of it, just please send me a message. Okay, you know what? During the anthem, I just put up the account number because I've been told to be putting it up every day. So I might as well take the advice. Tribalism in human, a way to logic. Open a conversation if you have guts to engage. How would I engage with a retard? As a matter of fact, I take that back. Retards would to call the retard would be to disrespect retards. You're just
Exactly.
a little bit, you're just a little better than someone in the grave. Just a little better. You are this close. So, by the way, when you guys go on social media telling people to engage and argue, I would never do that though. Because I've done it. I would never do that. Though. No, no, it's already too late though. I can't go back. Oh. I can't go back. I tried it once. I wasted my time. I'll never forget. Person said you go and read ChatGPT. They mentioned DeepSeek. That's the source of information, and I don't have that time. Let's not. To engage with you is just to be kidding. Anyway, don't worry, we have finished. Oh. It's just that I like church after church. I'm going to put this stuff up and we'll have the anthem and then we'll close the session for today. It's been a wonderful session today. Thank you very much for being here. My bestie is here. She Obina. Don't mind Obina. Obina only jump. Well, yeah, thank you very much for being here. It's been a wonderful session. I want to thank you. Thanks, everyone. Ironsi was selfish. Was he? Why did you say was selfish? Let's just have this, tete-a-tete, just chat. Then we'll play the anthem, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem, and then we'll close the session. But what do you mean by Ironsi was selfish? Was he really selfish? He wasn't selfish because, I mean, he was open to his own people. He was promoting his people. You say it now. People tell you that it was because he was married. There was no merit in anything. There was no merit. It was nepotism all through. It was manipulative. Was he? Like what did he do that made you say that? Maybe that will help me get it. What did Ironsi do that made you say he was manipulative or that he was selfish? I can't go back. Oh, no, no, it's already too late. Oh, no, no, I can't do that. Anyway, thank you very much to all the speakers who came up. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Thanks to everyone in the comment section. He gave you the unitary system that you are benefiting from till date. Benefiting from. Just becoming benefiting from how? Are we benefiting from the unitary system? Abi, you are being sarcastic.
That's sarcasm now.
Okay. Abi, you are being sarcastic. Oh, okay. That's a funny thing. Because people are using it for their own advantage, not to their advantage. Okay, let's say the truth. What truth? Scott, I want to give you 6:34. Let me give you 4 minutes. Yeah, what do you mean? What truth do you want me to say? Tell me your definition of truth. Or make sure it has something to do with me affirming your propaganda. Don't you think it is better for them to go so they can have their own identity and we can rest? No, so I think it's better. I think it's better for them to go, but what will I do now? I cannot. They have to go if they want to go now. Nobody is telling them to stay. Like, okay, what is the usefulness? All right, my friend, I'll be a boo. But there's no, you will not be missed.
Prof, say it now. Prof, say, why are you doing like this? You are not behaving like a true pastor. Say the truth and let people be ashamed.
Okay, okay, Motibo. There's time for everything. Koti koja years. So there's the thing about it koja years in me, my confidence.
Bro,
anyway,
nobody is going to miss you if you leave Nigeria. In fact, we will love it if you leave. Nobody is holding you. You have 58 members of the National Assembly. You can tell them to move it. It's that simple.
Yeah. Middle Belt, Busui, me, I have a question. What is your proposed solution to this mess? Regionalism, separation? I've already mentioned my own idea of a solution. The reason I took a while is because I'm trying to see if I don't want to start explaining regionalism, but not just regionalism, not based on geography alone. So when it comes to, north, west, east, I don't think that would be the thing. I think the answer would be to have ethno-linguistic regions, but realistically, I know that Tinubu will not just wake up right now and say, yeah, let us break the thing into regions. Most likely, in the political landscape of Nigeria at the moment, it will be easier to have more states than to have regions. I'm saying as Nigeria, what I would want to be region, but the way it is, it will be easier to have more states than regions. So this is why I say to people, if they come up with an idea of state creation, take all the states possible. Take Ijebu, take Ife-Ilesha, take Ibadan, take Warri, Oke-Ogun, as many states as possible, just take it. Then you will now invoke one of the provisions that they came up with. Oh boy, I don't like talking with this thing. It makes me look as if. Okay, I know what I'll do. Guys, give me 1 second. Oh shoot, Motiyokuro. Just let me just finish it. I'm almost done. People say separate. You see separation in the comment section. How? I'm not against separation. No. Just trying to. I'm not against having a separate nation. But like I always say, I'm still studying. The day I find the how. In fact, there's a book I got this weekend. It's here. I was supposed to read the weekend, but man, this weekend I also rested, man. I cannot come and go and kill myself. So maybe when I study it and the other book, maybe I will now be able to know if there's a possibility. So it's not like I want that, but I don't know how to get it yet. And in the absence of that, what are you left with? To structure Nigeria in a way that works for everybody. That's one. Number two, so how do you get that? It's going to be easier. Going by what has happened in the last 20 years, it will be a lot easier to have more states and to have regions as federating units. However, it is also going to be easy to have what was recommended in the Confab report of 2014, which is the merger of states. And I believe that what I want, I will get in the merger of states. That's the only thing I can hold on to right now. But also, it's beyond just that. It's also resource control, right? It's resource control. It's devolution of powers from the center. It's community policing or state police or regional police. Those things. It's not just saying, oh, we have our own space now, but how do you run it? Can you have local government police, and can you have resource control? Can you determine what happens with your resources? Those are the things that I think will really help us. If we separate, that's what we're going to have. I think the only thing we will not have in this structure is controlling borders. We can't control borders, at least from what I've seen. Many countries around the world are not up to the state in Nigeria are doing well as a country. This rhetoric that you guys share, it's not like I don't know. Stop telling. See, let me tell you something. What you are doing is fine. Telling people all these things is fine. Maybe you should tell it to people who don't know. I know this thing. I'm only asking you how. And I consider myself somebody that if somebody asks me how, I should be able to tell them, give them some. Like now, I just said something now. I have to go deeper if I want to explain it, but I don't want to explain it today. So to say, oh, I mean, Ibadan is bigger than some countries in Europe. I know. Uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason, violate community guideline. Want to report the account to you. Please, Batapo. Live restricted for some audiences. They reported this thing terribly. Jeez. Sorry, this is TikTok prompt. Wow. That's from TikTok. I hope I'll be able to go live on this account. My live does not contain content mentioned in the notice. Okay, sorry, I'm just responding to them. People are mass reporting this account, apparently. But everybody will be fine. But there's restriction. Can you still hear me? Because I see restriction up here now.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Live restricted. Don't want to restrict a while. Anyway, we're good. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. If it doesn't work on this account, I'll go on Radio Miriam, this other account. So please follow this other account though, just in case. Please, right, Radio Miriam. But I think it should still work. It should work because I think it's back. I sent a message to say that the live session doesn't have what they are reporting about. So I hope. By the way, I hope TikTok understands that. Yeah, but apparently people it's a normal thing these days, but please, if you can power tap, it would be lovely. All right, thank you so much for today's session. Thank you, Educated Stream. Oh, Educative, that's what you're writing. Where? That's from your name. All right, thanks everyone. We'll continue from here tomorrow. This whole thing about having a how to structure Nigeria, sincerely, it's a deep conversation. We're going to eventually have it. We'll have it. And I hope we'll also have it at even higher spaces. But just remember that, see, I can't show you the book. It's under Moko Welilori, wait more share there. I'll show you. If I Phoenix, my brother, good to see you, sir. When I studied the books and everything, if I'm able to come to the hair, but I can't just keep shouting, let's go, let's go, let's go. We are better than Luxembourg. I've said, listen, Ibadan is bigger than some countries in Europe. Ibadan has over 3 million within the metropolis. Within the metropolis, it has about 6 million people. But Ibadan itself about 3 million people. How many people did Luxembourg? I know. I know. But maybe I just think differently because, I mean, I have to explain myself to people when I speak. And that's the reason I also speak the way I do. I actually have people I explain myself to. Ibadan is bigger than the entire South. Abba, Educated Stream. Abba. Or your state is bigger. Or your state is about the size of the Southeast. But Ibadan is about the size of Lagos State, actually. There's a high chance if we have an independent Yoruba land, who will invade Benin and Togo. What kind of thinking is this? You never even get land. You're already thinking of invading other people. Now Yoruba man is there. Why can't he help us divide the country? Abi, am I not reading properly? Everyone should just help.
So funny because everybody just want to out of this country.
See, play anthem. See, this is why I say I don't believe in all this. Let's go, let's go. You know why? Because people don't know how to do it. People get disillusioned and they will do anything to get out. And you'll be having these kind of ideas because they've promised you over and over, but they've never told you how. Now you are thinking of something, anything, which is exactly what happened in the Southeast. Hey, okay. It should just declare. This is his father's house. You don't understand that it's politics. It's not a military dictator, is he? It is well. Please get what you are getting before you even think of invading Benin and Togo. And why would you want to invade people? Why do people think militarily? Like, how about conference? How about dialogue? How about oh, everybody will be all right. Thanks to all the people that came up to speak. I really appreciate your submissions today. And thanks to everyone in the comment section. Thank you for liking and sharing the live. Thank you for commenting. Folks on YouTube, I really appreciate you today. I hope you had a wonderful time on Facebook as well. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope to see you tomorrow again. It's 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. It will be a great time, to hang out with you again tomorrow. So please make it a date. 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're on 115K on TikTok. Please let's try and get it to 200K tomorrow. That person not Yoruba man. Oh, okay. Maybe the person is just joking. Oh, it's an Igbo masquerading Yoruba. Okay. It is well. Because it's actually quite wild that people would think like that. I think it's one of those Igbo people that are writing things like that. that's not our style. We're not people who don't have homes, who want to force our identity on people and say, you are this, you are that. So no, that's not our style. And by the way, when I say invade, you have to think deeply. There are so many ideas, you know. It may not work, it may work, but at least you'd have exercised your brains and would have come up with something. So thank you for a wonderful session. Thank you, Adura Migba. And thanks to everybody on all the platforms. I'll see you again tomorrow. I couldn't put up the account today because it took a while for me to remember. So tomorrow I'll put it up. But thanks to all the people who support us here. We're going to play the anthems now. So we usually play the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. But for our friends on TikTok, on YouTube and Facebook, we're going to have to end the live because of copyright issues and all of that. But please check the videos on the YouTube channel and also on TikTok page. You will enjoy them. You will enjoy them. What we want to do now, and I think we finally were able to get to it. Some of these things will go up tomorrow, but what we did on Friday is online now on YouTube and on TikTok. And of course, the live sessions, of course, are saved on YouTube as well, so you can watch it all over again if you have the time to, or listen to the entire space. Thank you very much. So let's have the anthem. So YouTube, TikTok, have a wonderful evening. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for your support. God bless you. All right, for those of us on TikTok, it's time to listen to